at Birkbeck University, do additional lecturing, have published different articles, and also a fellow of the British and American Psychological Societies, just to name the tip of the iceberg. But I'm probably doing you not justice, so I'll pass it over to you to let us know a bit about yourself and also how we can work as neurodivergent researchers. Over to you, Nancy.
So the thing you didn't mention is that I'm also an ADHDer.
Most important as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
late diagnosed at 38, despite this being my literal specialism as a psychologist. So there you go. There's no hope. No, things have changed dramatically. The year I got diagnosed was the year that they moved the boundary for when you had to have shown symptoms in childhood from 7 to 12 because they realized they were missing all the girls.
Recording in progress.
So I'm going to do the screen share thing. And I might have gone a bit off piste, but what can I say? Oh no, hold on. No, I want to do this. Sorry. Just talking out loud, talking nonsense.
Recording stopped.
Are you
recording in progress?
Are you stopping the recording when I'm talking nonsense? That's gonna be going off and on for the next hour if that's what you're
No,
trying to do.
we're back on now. We're back
Good.
on.
Okay. I thought you were turning it off because I was talking nonsense briefly. I was like, oh, this is not good. This is not going to work. So I have got some ideas of what I want to talk to you about, and it's I was given the brief of talking about this idea of we've been very reactive about the way we've done neuro inclusion. How do we be more proactive? So with that sort of vague topic in mind, I've got some things to share. I'd like to, this is my vague plan. Plans are always vague. You never know what could go on. My vague plan is to take you through the following ideas. So first of all, neurodivergent people are here. You might as well plan for us. Why aren't you planning for us? Why aren't we planning for each other? Why aren't people planning for us? It's not news anymore. So, let's get on with it. I want to talk about miscommunication and conflict, performance management conversations, and how we move from being in states of drama to being calmer. These are all related. This is very much to do with the management of neurodivergent colleagues, the management of neurodivergent students. I have 5 PhD students. They are all neurodivergent. So I am speaking from my lived experience, both as a neurodivergent person and an employer of neurodivergent people and a supervisor of neurodivergent researchers, a collaborator with neurodivergent researchers, and from my research in business and occupational psychology. So it's a kind of multi-layered experience that I have really with this stuff. So just a historical overview of the different levels of inclusion from this along this theme of reaction to proactive. So we still actually have exclusion, as many of you will know. The labour force participation rates for neurodivergent people are still incredibly low. Even compared to the disability population, the ONS reports that only 29% of autistic people have a job. Around 70% of the prison population are unable to read and write. Not all of them will be dyslexic. Some of that will be to do with educational opportunity. But just so we remember that the reality is that we're still in a state of exclusion for neurodivergent people from education and work. The kind of the Equality Act and its predecessors, the Disability Discrimination Acts, kind of got us into this style of doing what I call compliance level inclusion, which is where we wait for somebody to fail and then we give them some adjustments. So the problem with this is the useful thing with this is that it's got people thinking about different adjustments, and there's some nice research out there about what kind of adjustments work for who, and that stuff started to come through. But the difficult thing about this is that people don't ask for help until they're really struggling. People don't want to ask for help. They don't want to ask for adjustments. It's stigmatizing still. It draws attention to you. If you already have stigmatizing identities, or stigmatized rather identities, such as your sexuality, your gender, your race, ethnicity, your age, anything that's already making you stand out in the group that you're working in, you are even less likely to disclose and ask for scaffolding. So and it's a very medical model approach, I think. We go through this process of going, right, we wait till you're in pain or in distress of some sort, and then we go, right, what is the matter with you? We will diagnose it. What are you lacking? We will identify what you're lacking, and now we will provide it for you, maybe, if you're nice. And it takes too long. It's not scalable for the numbers that we've got coming through. And what I've found in my practice and my research for 20 years is that people need the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. We are going through this whole period of process of disclosure, assessment, diagnosis, which is all the most expensive parts of the process, in order to tell people that they need noise cancelling headphones. I mean, for goodness sake. Like, literally, let's just tell people they need noise cancelling headphones. It doesn't. It's a very silly system. So we need to move beyond that. The other thing we've been doing really over the last 20 years now is doing this deliberate inclusion in teams thing, which is where the tech companies have made themselves feel very, very clever, because they've put a bunch of autistic people in a room and got them to do software testing, and they now think they're doing inclusion. I'm not so positive about that particular approach. For me, it feels like segregation, not inclusion. So we'll put you somewhere separate in a separate team. It also requires disclosure. It means that you have to share confidential health data with your entire with everyone in your company, everyone in your team, because they know that you're part of the Autism at Work team. It means that only people with a diagnosis are getting on board, and I just think we wouldn't do inclusion in for any other characteristic in this way. Can you imagine doing racial equity inclusion and saying, oh, we need to improve the racial diversity in this group. We've heard Chinese people are really good at maths. Let's get some in to do accounting. Like, you just, someone would stop you and they would say, no, we can't do that. That's illegal. And yet someone, this Autism at Work thing just continues to proliferate. And I'm waiting for the employment tribunals to start hitting the scene. So what we need to get to is this idea of systemic inclusion for all. And this is really my thought, my kind of title. We are here, plan for us. This should not be a surprise anymore. When you've got 15 to 20% of the population with some sort of neurodivergent condition, why are we waiting for people to fail? Why are we segregating people? Why aren't we just designing processes and having flexibility in the way that we operate, HR schedules, reasonable adjustments to the way things are delivered as standard? And let me just talk a little bit about Genius Within, because what I realized a few years ago is that Genius Within is actually quite interesting as a case study. There's 62 employees and 230 associate staff, and 68% of us identify as neurodivergent. So this whole idea of, there aren't enough resources to go round and we can only make so many adjustments just doesn't work for us. We can't do that. As well as the 68% that identify as neurodivergent, we've got 26% identifying as disabled. Obviously, that will be an overlapping Venn, and 21% experiencing a mental health condition. We're also very intersectionally diverse as a company. So, for example, 22% of us identify as LGBTQ, which is much higher than the general population. And only 89% of us identify as cisgendered, which is much lower than the general population. We have a high proportion of employees and associates from Black and Brown communities, much higher than the UK population. So, that's just leaving it there. Actually, no, sorry, I didn't mean to go onto that slide, but I also don't want to stare on that slide. That's really annoying. They're in the wrong order. So let me just leave that one there. So one of the things that Genius Within, one of the things we can't do is make accommodations for people one person at a time. Can you see how that would be completely impossible? We would spend our entire time running around making accommodations. So what we have to do instead is create a much higher baseline of inclusion and accessibility for everybody. Sorry, I'm just looking at questions. Can you, are my slides working now? Has everybody got my slides? Thank you for nodding, nodders. I appreciate your nodders, the nodders. Yeah, in presentation mode, it's really hard to keep an eye on the chat. I can do it when I'm not presenting, but when I'm presenting, I just can't. So you'll have to feel free to shout, by the way. I'm an equal opportunities employer of information. If you've put questions in the chat and I'm not getting to it, just feel free to just put your microphone on and interrupt me. You won't disturb my flow, or you will, and it'll be interesting, and that'll be fine. I'll be able to get back into my flow. I have much experience of losing my flow and finding my way again. So this is my basic point. We are here, plan for us. And then the other thing we hear a lot of is this idea that there are, you know, so many people being diagnosed these days, but actually that's not true either. So if we look at population prevalence studies, and we're estimating 15 to 20% of the population being, you know, having at least one neurotype, with what we actually have in terms of diagnosed people is nowhere near that amount, even still. So if we were to have that amount, so just, you know, looking at these numbers, 172,000 people waiting for an autism diagnosis. That, by the way, is the same size as the population of Oxford, which is why there's a little picture of an Oxford spire. So there's a group of people the same as the population of Oxford waiting for an autism diagnosis. Given that population prevalence studies would indicate 2 million people in the ADHD in the UK with ADHD, but there are only 233,000 people with prescriptions. There are only 2 locations in the whole of the UK capable of diagnosing Tourette syndrome, one in London and one in Edinburgh. And dyslexia and dyspraxia are not diagnosed once you get out of HE, you know, and they're not really diagnosed before you get to HE anymore either. You know, getting diagnosed in secondary and primary education with dyslexia and dyspraxia is almost impossible these days. So, you know, we still have this huge problem of underdiagnosis, under-disclosure. So why are we not just planning our environments for the fact that people are going to think differently? This is my question to everyone. Why is this such a surprise? I don't understand why people are surprised anymore when neurodivergent people show up. Because there are a lot of us. Here we are. And we go to work, and we go to university, and we study things, and here we are. Also, just interesting, by the way, I found out that one of my friends runs the undergraduate engineering program at UCL. 65% of her undergrads are neurodivergent. 65%, yeah, of UCL's engineering undergrads. So, you know, when you've got numbers like that, this has got to stop being about reasonable adjustments. This has got to start being about universal design and making environments that are conducive to different sensory profiles, creating processes that have flexibility in options, tolerance for error, ways that you can go around the system in different ways. We need to start learning this stuff, working out where people are hitting barriers, and then changing the system for everybody rather than changing that system one person at a time. And I have had enough of sharing that message. But one of the things that I do at Genius Within, for example, is we have our Genius Finder profile, which is where we look at the spiky profile of where people are in the team, you know, who's feeling confident with this is all self-report, so it's your confidence in your ability to do literacy at the level required for your job or your course, your memory, and how easy or hard you find that in relation to your job and your environment. And what you're looking at is a heat map of all of Genius Within staff. So what I can see looking at Genius Within staff is I don't need to wait for people to come to me one person at a time with a problem, because ever since my marketing team made my slides move, I keep losing it. So I can see where my strengths are as a business, but I can also see where my challenges are. Now, I've got very few people that are capable of overriding their sensory needs, and kind of I've got lots of people that are going to get overwhelmed by their senses. So rather than waiting for one person at a time to come and tell me that they need noise cancelling headphones, I just need to create quiet office space and have a really good remote working policy, right? This is where we need data in order to make universal design decisions. but we need to start making universal design decisions. So now I'm going to go completely off piste, and I'm going to get you to do something. Because I think the reason I'm doing this is because for me, the reasonable adjustments conversation is getting boring. We know what reasonable adjustments are. We know which ones work. There's absolutely no reason why these aren't being implemented at a universal design level across systems. We know where the issues are going to be. We just need to get on with it. Where I think we still have difficulty is around cultural norms. So we know how to change environments. We know how to manage sensory needs. We're not doing it, but we know how to do it. What we still don't know how to do is how to manage different communication styles. And that's what I want to focus on for a minute. So I'm going to invite you to play a little game with me. And if you feel capable of having your camera on, it would be really great for you to do that. Otherwise, it's going to put quite a lot of onus on the people who do. And your job for the next few minutes is to just pay it. Oh, thank you. What a lovely response I got there. If your camera off, that's absolutely fine too. There's a bunch of you now. But I want you to pay attention to the way you think for a minute. And you know what? I'm going to stop showing my slides as well. We're going to think about our senses and the way our senses are different and the way we process our senses differently, because our sensory perception is the foundation for all of our thinking. Our thinking happens through our senses. It happens through a visual imagination. It happens through us talking to ourselves in our heads, or hearing and remembering other people talking or singing or other noises. It happens through our kind of through touch and feeling things and emotions. It happens through remembering smells or smelling new smells and having that every thought we have funnels through our senses. And as we know, different sensory experiences is the hallmark of neurodivergence, right? So I'm going to stop sharing for a minute, and I want you all to pay really, really beautiful attention to each other and yourselves when I give you a set of instructions. And just to let you know, there is no way to get this wrong. So whatever you do, you literally cannot be wrong. Whatever happens when I give you the instruction is the right thing. Is that okay? And so you can share it, even if you don't think it's the right answer. There's no such thing as a right answer. Ready? Okay. So the first thing I want you to do is to see an elephant. Okay. Who would like to describe their elephant?
All right, I guess I will then. All right, I mean, mine's purple, but I don't know if anyone else's is.
Okay.
Mine's Dumbo with big ears.
Okay, so we've got an elephant that's purple and an elephant that's Dumbo with big ears from Iman. Thank you, Iman.
As well.
So you've got Dumbo, and what is there anything else about your Dumbo, Julia? When I said see an elephant,
With the hat on and the big ears, yeah.
So yeah, so yours has got the big ears, yours has got a hat on. We've got some through coming in the chat. I've got one that's playing the drum, one that's a patchwork one. Claire isn't seeing an elephant. So question to you, Claire, feel free to speak or just answer in the chat. When I say see an elephant and you don't see an elephant, what do you do instead? Do you start talking to yourself? Do you listen to what, do you kind of engage in an emotional memory connected to an elephant? So the mind is not a vacuum. So when I say see an elephant, if you're not seeing, you will be doing something. So how does your brain process that elephant?
Sorry, that's interesting. I saw the Dumbo with a hat, but I didn't see it visually. I thought of it.
Okay, yeah. So you thought of it. So when you were thinking of it, was that your voice in your head talking to yourself? And Claire, did I just see your microphone go on so that you could share what happened? Yeah, go ahead.
And so for me, my brain describes an elephant, what it should look like, but I don't actually see one. It explains what it should look like to me, but yeah, it's an internal monologue rather than a visual thing.
Lovely. So what are you noticing? We've got purple elephants, we've got Dumbos with big ears, we've got Dumbos with hats that are a description, we've got descriptions of elephants, we've got big wrinkly skin, a drawing, a patchwork elephant. What are you noticing?
Is that okay?
if I make an observation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so for me it was I was describing, but I was also visualizing. So it was both modalities working. But here, what I'm noticing is that because of different sensory modalities that people have, a lot of people are not visualizing, but only describing through thought process. A lot of people are going back to their schemas and going back to the memories and bringing back the elephant they've seen. Someone in the comments said that they're picturing a photograph that they took of the elephant. So I feel like a
Yes.
lot the various sensory modalities, it just is
Yes.
an illustration of how different people are sensing things differently, processing things differently, and are coming up with very different answers.
And the thing that strikes me about this exercise, if you stop and think about it, there's not one description that is identical. For every individual here, we have a different description. So even though we had two Dumbos, they were described slightly differently, and different elements of them were drawn out. And I think it's quite profound that the simplicity of the instruction, see an elephant, and the fact that we all know what an elephant is because we're sharing a common language, and it refers to something quite concrete and recognizable, and yet we had such diverse experiences in our minds. So just really think about this. I've been playing this game for 20 years and I'm yet to hear two people come up with exactly the same thing. So just notice as we go, I'll do a few more senses and notice your own response. So hear the happy birthday song. Rose has said it's so varied, even the simple difference of pink and grey in a real conversation would make a huge difference. Absolutely, it would. Yeah. So hear the happy birthday song was the next one. So some people are having to sing it in their head. So just notice if the noise just came to you. First of all, I said there were no wrong answers, but actually anyone that's doing the Stevie Wonder version of the happy birthday song can have a special prize. They get a little clap from me because that's obviously the nicest way to hear the happy birthday song. So yeah, so just notice what you're doing. Can you actually hear it in your head? Sarah can just see a birthday cake and candles. She doesn't hear the music. So just as some people weren't able to see the elephant, some people aren't able to hear the music, but instead they've got a context. Notice if you had a context, if you had, a memory of a birthday event that was recent, or whether you created one in your mind. Notice whether the noise just came. So Julia Bucknell says she just started singing it in her own head, in her own voice. Philippa can hear the musical, can you hear musical candles? I've always heard the happy birthday song in my dad's voice. So that's like a personal emotive connection. So again, notice how varied these responses are. So if I say, feel ice, what do you have to do that? So just put your hand up or indicate those of you that just felt ice, as straightforward as that question was. So some of you just felt ice. Yep. Hands up those of you that have to kind of make up a scenario and create some imagery. Yeah. So there's quite a few of you. And notice any of you that actually can't feel the ice. Yeah. So again, quite a few people that aren't doing it. So this is the point, the profoundness of our miscommunication. And having played this game for so many years, what I wonder is how neurotypicals think that they understand each other at all. Genuinely, what do they really think that they understand each other? Do they think that they're agreeing on things? And that they both have it in their heads the same thing, because they really don't have the same thing in their heads. And what I think we all need to do is take a little bit of time and be a bit more respectful for the fact that we actually don't know what each other is talking about half the time. We need to slow our communication down. So I'm going to go back to my screen sharing. Okay. Doo-doo-loo, and now I've got you lot all over the screen and I can't see it. La 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 la. However, I quite like seeing you, so that's good. Okay, so in any kind of relationship at work, we have something that we call the psychological contract in psychology. The psychological contract is different to the actual contract. So when you start a piece of work, or if you start a course of study, if you start a joint project, usually there's some point where everybody gets together and they, come up with a list of what's going to happen, a list of terms, conditions, who's paying who, what time is involved, those sort of basic details. That's your actual contract. But we all have a psychological contract. And the psychological contract is the set of expectations that we have of each other. So things like, what being on time means. So if you're going to be meeting up with people, does being on time mean arriving on the dot? Does it mean arriving 10 minutes early so that you can be prepared? Does it mean anything within the first 15 minutes of the meeting is fine? And people will have different norms around that, and that's the sort of thing that can start getting scratchy on a psychological contract. But that's also quite basic. It's not as basic as elephants and birthday songs and ice, but it's quite a basic thing, and you could probably resolve that. But as we get more complicated into the plans that we're trying to make with each other and the things we're trying to do, those expectations of psychological contract get more and more convoluted and more overlapping. I once had a client, and I was asked to do a workplace needs assessment for this client because he and his manager was struggling. He was an autistic man working in IT, and when I asked his manager what he needed to do differently, his manager said, "I just need him to play the game." And I said, "Do you say that to him?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay. I know where this is going wrong. Your employee thinks that you're a weirdo. He doesn't know why you want him to play games at work. What do you mean by play the game? What does that actually mean?" He said, "Well, I need him to be more proactive and less reactive." And I'm like, still, what does that actually mean? So if I was being more proactive and less reactive, what would you see? What would you hear? What would be different? What would you notice? And it took me about 5 minutes to get this guy to tell me that what was happening is they were having weekly one-to-ones. And in the one-to-one meetings, he wanted his employee to turn up with 2 A4 pieces of paper, one with a bullet point list of tasks he'd done last week, and one with a bullet point list of tasks he was planning to do next week. And it took me 5 minutes to get that manager to say that. And that is where the whole thing was going wrong. And I said to him, "Listen, if you had just said that to your employee, you wouldn't be spending money on me being here. None of this would be a problem. You'd be getting on great." So the problem is that when you're saying things like proactive and reactive, you imagine that somebody knows what you're talking about, and they do not. So the intervention in the piece of work, what I ended up doing was teaching the employee how to ask the questions that I had asked to get the manager to give me decent quality information and instructions. And I got the manager to agree that it was okay to be asked that many questions when he was being unclear. So that was the kind of way that they moved forward. But can you see how we go from elephants to real tangible things? This is where all of the miscommunication is happening. It's all happening in this kind of blank space where we're making up, we're adding detail to what is or isn't there. So then it gets much more complicated by these social sensitivities that go with the territory of being neurodivergent. And I think you know the ones I mean. So rejection sensitivity, which is a very pathologized way of saying when you've been rejected a lot, you feel a bit nervous about being rejected. I don't necessarily agree with the pathologization, but what I do notice is that can be very harmful to individuals when you get into that defense mode and you're starting to worry, anticipate rejection. That can actually become a self-fulfilling prophecy, and people can get stuck in what the hedgehog, which is what I call hostile attribution bias. So you're so used to being rejected and having things to worry about that you start imagining that that's what everyone's going to do, and you start predicting that person X, person Y is going to be hostile towards you. And the trouble is once you get into that way of thinking, you actually start to lose relationships that might be quite useful to you, might have been quite supportive and safe, because nobody likes that. as a manager, when I've worked with someone for 5 years and I've really supported their career and we've had a really good time, if they flick into that hostile attribution bias mode and they start doubting things that I'm saying, I start to think to myself, well, hold on a second. We've been hanging out together for 5 years. At what point can you trust me? Do you not trust me? What makes you think I'm going to do that to you? And it can be quite hurtful. And so when you've got an ADHDer with rejection sensitivity and an autist with rejection sensitivity, both having a moment of hostile attribution bias, this doesn't have to be neurotypical or neurodivergent to be discriminatory or to be really difficult or to lead to a rupture in the psychological contract. So what we've had to do at Genius Within, for example, is really work on this stuff, because this is where our staff are more likely to inadvertently upset each other and rupture their psychological contract. What we're not doing is making mistakes like be more proactive at work and can you just play the game, because come on. But where we do get stuck still is when one of us inadvertently triggers another one's social sensitivities, and we start to get into that justice sensitivity of it's not fair, or this person is entirely bad, or this person is entirely my hero, as opposed to seeing people as nuanced and complex, and good people are capable of bad things and making mistakes, and bad people are capable of the odd bit of niceness, and we get into that really difficult territory that lots of neurodivergent people struggle with. So what we've had to do is build systems around us to make that possible. So what I'm going to do is share with you what we do at Genius Within that creates as much structure around managing social sensitivities as you might take around planning a project or writing an employment contract, because we have to over manage the psychological contract in order for us to all stay psychologically safe. Is that all right? Is everyone all right with what I'm doing so far? I haven't checked your questions for a while. Are you all going, what on earth is this? Shush, Nancy. Nat, feel free to interrupt me if there's anything going on in the chat that needs attention. So the first thing we do is we teach people how to break language down. So just like I did with that manager, how do you go from you need to play the game to I need 2 pieces of A4 with bullet point lists, right? The critical thing here is it has to be observable. It has to be the elephant. It has to be at that level of concreteness. So something that we might see is a colleague speaks faster and moves more than others when speaking. So that's a very literal description of someone's behavior. Now, as an ADHD woman, people often say that about me. I speak faster than my colleagues and I move my hands more than speaking. That happens. I do that a lot. And in the past, what people would say is I'm overbearing, I'm arrogant, I take up too much space, I'm too much, I need to calm down. Weirdly, I do that when I'm nervous. So the more nervous I am, the more likely I am to do that. So right there's a mismatch in elephants. So what we're actually seeing and hearing is someone who moves more and speaks fast. One person is assuming that that's because I'm really confident and I want everyone to listen to what I'm having to say, whereas actually my intention is I'm really nervous and I'm trying to get my words out as quickly as possible. So what that's the first thing we do is go, right, what is the potential negative interpretation of this? What actually is the benefit of the doubt alternative? It could be that I'm nervous. It could be that I'm really enthusiastic about work projects. So as soon as we start to feel each other going into those social sensitivities and retrenching into those defensive positions, we start breaking down what actually happened. Well, we went to a meeting, you spoke faster than normal, and you were moving really quickly. Okay, great. So when I was doing that, what was happening for you? I was really overwhelmed. I couldn't take in what you were saying, and it started to really upset me. And then I thought, she knows me. She knows I don't like this. Why is she doing it? Okay, great. That's what was going on for you. What was going on for you, Nancy? Well, actually, I was really excited about this project, but I'm also, I didn't have a great night's sleep. And so do you see what I mean? We break it down, and it takes ages and it's really annoying. But what it does is reset the trust. So I've given you some examples, sending emails with one line, no greeting or sign off, just facts, camera off in meeting, doing something else, finding eye contact intense. You know, there's different reasons behind every behavior, and what we do is we give our staff, we train. We used to, I mean, obviously all our coaches and psychologists know how to do this, but we now train all our back office staff in the same way, because a lot of our back office staff are neurodivergent. I would say all of my finance and digital team are neurodivergent in one way or another. So you know, you've got these overlapping relationships with different preferences. Do you know how everyone assumes neurodivergent people will all have the same preference? And we don't, do we? You know, I mean, as a very kind of typical sort of bombastic and chaotic and creative ADHDer, there are certain autistic colleagues who find me really difficult to work with, and dyspraxic colleagues, and equally I them. You know, so what we've had to do is really break that stuff down and work on our psychological contracts. So once you're able to do this, so what I want you to do is just take a moment and think of for yourselves a time that a misunderstanding has spiraled. So it might have started with something as simple as one of those examples I've given you. You went to a meeting and someone was talking louder and faster than normal, or you got an email from someone and it was just a one-liner, it didn't have a greeting. Or someone asked you to be more proactive and less reactive, and you wanted to punch them because that's a terrible instruction. Yeah, who's got some examples of things where they've spiraled?
Can I go?
Yeah,
Because
go,
this is
Iman.
too relatable. When you said that you move your hands a lot, the first thing a lot of people will say to me is that you're so chaotic, and I'm just like, no, I'm just slightly nervous and I'm unmasking a bit. What I need to do is get it together, mask a little, and then relax into the conversation. And that has been my experience in a lot of workplaces. I mentioned in the chat to somebody how I was working with a developmental pediatrician, and my job was to be a PEP specialist, which is a parent engagement program specialist, where I was giving therapy sessions or just instructions to children parents of children who are neurodivergent. I, being a neurodivergent employee, couldn't last there for a month.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
How horrible the work environment itself was. And it was placed like, we're a service provider, so we can't have you saying, something in a different tone or framing it in a different way. And I ultimately realized that, okay, this is not a me problem. This is just not affirmative enough for me.
Totally. And
Yeah.
so what we do at Genius Within is we give everybody this training up front so that they know to pause their judgment. You know, I think humans as a general rule suffer from premature evaluation. We evaluate the situation very quickly and we decide somebody's intentions. We generally think that if someone behaves in a certain way, they mean what we would mean.
Yeah.
They mean what we would mean if we were behaving like that.
Yeah.
And so for most British women, the level of movement and volume that I put in my voice would mean a very strong emotion, but that's just my baseline. So people are inferring and interpreting things about me that aren't true. Lisa, you've got your hand up. What did you want to share? Thank you, Iman.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, so I'm a neuro-inclusive practitioner lead within my organisation. So I've kind of got a forum of people that I'm trying to promote more neuro-inclusion. And I'd had a member of staff who'd come to me saying that she felt that some of the things that were happening to her were a bit discriminatory. And I was like nodding and kind of like engaging. But then that was perceived that I was agreeing that she was being, and actually it wasn't.
You were listening. Yeah.
It was, and that's, when I'm listening, I'm really, animated. My hands are going. And I was kind of trying to make her feel validated, but in a way that I didn't agree. I didn't say, oh, yes, you definitely are being discriminated. But then I got into trouble because I was like agreeing. But actually, I wasn't. I was really intently engaging and trying to make her see, trying to listen and understand what was happening and make that person see that, could there be other things going on here? But that it completely spiraled very, very quickly. And then I was very, very upset. Really, rejection sensitivity. And I really on that. Oh my gosh, I was just trying to help. Like all I want to do is make people in my organization feel included for the neurodiversity and like in any way possible. What can we do? And if that means that I have to listen to someone saying, look, I feel like this, that's completely valid, because it's not, I just said put it in the chat, but it maybe not be the intention, but the impact is that you feel that way, and that's okay that you feel that way. What can we do? Like, who can you speak to? But it spiraled very quickly to the point where I was pulled in.
Totally. That's such a typical example, Lisa. You've done something very simple, and your intention is mismatched by the interpretation of your behavior, and then people act as if their interpretation is true. So what we've learned to do at Genius Within is say to people, you need to take a pause at that point. If your interpretation is that someone is doing something negative, you need to check, are they? Because they might not be, because they might be very different to you. They might have a very different communication style. Someone's put in the chat that they've got the opposite communication style to me. And I agree, I was 16 when I made my first friend that was an introvert. And she has since been diagnosed autistic. Of course she has. She was studying maths. But we became very good friends, and I learned how to interact with introverts, and it was just such a wonderful eye-opening exercise. And I think it's really fun to learn how different people communicate and to work out these differences. When I first started studying this stuff in my early 20s, I just got together with my husband, and we have completely different patterns about how we like to be supported when we're angry. So if I came home from work having had a bad day, he would leave the house because he'd think I'd need time to calm down. No, I like to talk it out. He would come home to a more angry Nancy than the one he left, because she felt abandoned. And then if he had a bad day at work, I would follow him around the house trying to talk to him about it. And he would get really angry because, so a lot of us, most of us get up in the morning and act with the best of intentions. There are actually very few humans who get up with the express intention of hurting other people in their working day. So, if we assume that no one is trying to upset us, and then everything else is just this very curious, interesting, well, what actually did you say or do? What did I see? Oh, I saw your hands moving. Or I didn't see your hands moving at all. I saw you looking at the floor. Right. So I've made an inference about that. What was actually happening for you?
Yeah.
Princess, you've got your hand up. I wanted to give you a moment as well.
Hi. Yeah, so one thing I wanted to say that I've had is so I'm an ADHDer, and I choose to communicate things quite clearly. And just whether in the workplace or in friendships, I maybe would want things in a specific way so that I don't get overwhelmed. So then kind of communicating that so I don't get overwhelmed or frustrated. And then that's perceived as bossy, and things have to be my way, or forcing my ways on other people is how that kind of gets perceived. Or even in disagreements in friendships, and kind of trying to explain no, that's not what I meant, and then keep continuously explaining, and then it comes across as, oh, you're quite an argumentative person, you have to keep going, you can't just let it go. Yeah.
And I think that's really, thank you for sharing that, Princess. And it makes me think of the additional intersections that we have to deal with. So, if you are living in a body that presents as female, you're expected to just do what everybody else wants. And there's a much higher emphasis on compliance for women versus men, and being able to articulate. And then there are also lenses around race and sexuality that really affect our ability, how we're perceived. There's a very famous cartoon by Judy Horacek, the Australian cartoonist, and it's a picture of two women in a office scenario, and one woman says, what's the difference between aggression and assertiveness? And the other woman says, your gender. And I think, this is what we're talking about, isn't it? All these examples, the way that we're perceived when we advocate for our needs. One person in the chat said something about mirroring others. And the thing is, I can do that. I know how to do it. I've learned how to do it. I can mirror others, but it's uncomfortable. And if I do that all day, every day, I'm going to be very, very tired. That is me masking. So me kind of being as quiet and as still as everybody else might want me to be is actually physically painful by the end of the day. And that's true for lots of neurodivergent people, for all of us. That's how we hit burnout. So it's not ideal. What's more ideal for me is that we get people into this general habit of pausing before they make judgments about what's going on, and finding out that person's true intention. So let me move on. So this might not be so relevant for you in education, but just for those of you that are in management, I'll just share this very briefly. So we've given all our managers a performance management checklist, which is that they can't do anything to manage people's performance until they've gone through these 4 checks. And the first one is the role properly resourced? Are you asking someone to do something that's not fair? Are you being unreasonable in terms of, how much work this person has got? Have you looked at their to-do list? Have you been through it with them? Do you think it's a manageable amount of work? And that's the first question. The second question is, has this person actually received enough training and induction into the role? Have you got good evidence of this? Has it been kind of, have you gone through the process? And if not, do that. And then, has the employee received enough support, one-to-one opportunities to raise issues? Have they been given clear feedback? Are they being given feedback like, you need to be more proactive and less reactive, or you need to play the game, or have we got really good instructions? And then lastly, we go, has this person been offered adjustments? And if they haven't, it doesn't matter whether they've disclosed or not. Have we actually been through an adjustments process? And we've put these blocks in, and you can't go anywhere near talking to someone about the performance or the capability for the role until you've been through all those processes. And what I have found since I put those steps in place is that we very rarely go there anymore. Because most often when people aren't performing, it's because of one of those 3 things. It's because they need adjustments that they don't have. It's because they're not actually communicating around the instructions. They need better one-to-one time and better feedback, or the role is under-resourced, or it's, how roles creep over time, and you start off with a job description, and then, within 6 months, you're doing 5 other things that weren't on the job description. It's that process of bringing it back in hand and going, hold on a second, this has really crept out of control. And that works really well for my managers and for my staff. Funnily enough, one of my head of HR, Angelica, when she joined us, she used to work for much bigger businesses. And when she first joined us, apparently she was on the HR chat forums chatting to her peers going, I've just joined this company. I think I've made a terrible mistake. They've got all these things you have to do. Like, you can't put people on performance management unless you've been through these checks. And, we have to do this feedback thing. And it's a lot of work. And everyone in the forums were going, oh God, that sounds awful. Yeah, that sounds really bad. Ooh. And then about 3 years later, she just sat up and went, Nancy, I don't have any employee relations cases. In my previous job, all I was doing was managing employee relations cases, and I don't have any. And I'm like, yeah, I know. That's because we do all those things. Those things that you find really annoying, what they do is they prevent the rupturing of the psychological contract. And if you can prevent the rupture, or they repair a psychological contract that's potentially rupturing, and if you can do that, then you can either just come to an agreement that this job isn't working out and people move elegantly around the business or out of the business or somewhere else, or you fix the situation, which is obviously the best thing. So I've been asked about rejection sensitivity and how we do that. And this is how we do it at Genius Within. We use something called transactional analysis, which is a form of systems therapy. It's applied in coaching and businesses as well as in therapy, but it came from a therapeutic process. And this is what I'm showing you is the drama diamond. And the drama diamond is 4 archetypal roles that we tend to go into when we're in that kind of mode of feeling threatened, of thinking that things aren't going the way we want, of being anxious and worried. So all of us do this. There's no shame in it. We all do it. But we tend to go, we can either take the role of victim, and you'll know you're in a victim mentality if you feel like there's nothing that you can do to change the situation. If someone says to you, what do you want to have happen? And you say, I want them to do this. I want that person to do this. I want this person to stop doing that. And there's nothing that you feel you can do to make your situation change, then you're in a victim space. If you're in a rescuer space, it's kind of like the opposite. You think you have to do everything. So this only works if I do this, and I'll have to do that for her. She can't do it. He can't do it. I need to put my pants over my trousers and my cape on and rush into the situation and be the superhero and make everybody's lives better. That's the rescuer role. The bystander role is when you go, oh, it's nothing to do with me, slope your shoulders. I'm just gonna let them sort that situation out by themselves, even though I might be their manager, or I might be the person with a really good technical expertise for this particular piece of work. And the persecutor is when you can see that things are going wrong and you're absolutely sure it's everybody else's fault and not yours. So that's the 4 roles, and we all have these tendencies. Sometimes you can pick on 3 roles in one day. One of my favorites is to think I have to rescue the situation, and then when I get tired of rescuing the situation, I then become a victim because everybody has made me feel like I'm powerless, and then I become a persecutor because I get cross with them for making me feel like that, and it's all their fault because they should have done more work early on. So that's a little dance, and then I walk off and abandon the situation. So that's a way you can dance through all 4 roles of the Dharma triangle. You can even do that in an hour if you like, and sometimes people do. So what do we want to do differently? We want to have a karma diamond. So instead of what I started doing as a psychologist about 15 years ago, because the drama diamond is transactional analysis, but the karma diamond isn't so much. But I started doing solutions focused thinking. I was taking that principle that I shared with you earlier, that people don't get up in the morning and decide to make everyone and their own day hard. People get up in the morning and they do the best they can with the resources they've got. So what are the positive intentions behind the drama roles, and how can we work with those positive intentions? So a rescuer is usually motivated by wanting to help. Can we have that person be a coach rather than a rescuer? A bystander can usually see what's going on and doesn't feel empowered to act. So can we have that person be an actor rather than a bystander? The person who doesn't feel like they've got any control, can we have them start creating and create agency and empowerment for themselves? What can they do? And literally in coaching sessions, I've said to people, so you want your boss to stop doing this, you want HR to do that, and you want your colleagues to stop doing this. And that's not happening. And now what do you want to have happen? And then where my clients typically get to is they go, well, do you know what? Maybe it's time for me to leave this job. And I go, great, now we've got something you can change. Let's work with that. But, the idea of working with the victim place is to get to something that is within your circle of control that you can effect change on. And then with the persecutors are very often the people that can see what's going wrong. And persecutors very often get shut down because of their communication style. So the thing to work with a persecutor is how to get that information into observable behavior. Because if what you say is, well, this project is all going wrong because Nancy's too reactive and she's not proactive enough, then no, everyone's going to get peed off. But if you can say, well, what I'd like to see is Nancy come to the next meeting with 2 A4 lists of paper, bullet point lists, and then you can kind of get your information out there, but without inflaming everybody. So that's the idea of the drama triangle and the karma triangle. So I want to give some time for you guys to process that and have some thoughts about it. So I'm going to stop sharing and say, that's how we work with those patterns. What do you think? Oh, I've got Nancy Doyle. What are your thoughts on organisations that prioritise EDI policies and fostering an inclusive international community of employees, but where individuals may still feel the need to adjust their personalities to be more likeable and fit in? Additionally, how do you view situations where people may not fully bring their awareness into interactions of ND and instead tend to agree with others simply because they find them likeable? Oh, that's irritating, isn't it? My thoughts are, I can't work in those companies. I've been self-employed since I was 25. I've built my own company because it wasn't possible for me to work in those companies and to play those games. And in my own company, we've got rules that mean that none of that is possible. And I've just shared some of those rules with you. So my honest answer is I wish I could solve this problem, but this is where I think it is. I think when we're talking about inclusive design and universal design, it has to address these things as well. And I don't think they're limited to neurodivergence. I think they're also relevant to culture. I think they're relevant to gender. I think they're relevant to age, sexuality. They're relevant to all EDI. We have these we have communication clashes and personality clashes. And sometimes I adjust my personality to fit in. I think the rule for me is who's the person with the most resources, because the person with the most resources has the responsibility to be the most flexible. And in a company like Genius Within, where pretty much everybody has at least one protected characteristic, you can never assume that that isn't you. Does that make sense? And I've had this conversation with lots of groups of people, and a lot of people would assume it goes through the hierarchy. So the manager is the person with the most resources, and they have to flex their personality style to their employee. But I find that slightly infantilizing, and it might not be true. What if the employee is someone who is in let's say they inherited some money, they've got a really nice apartment that they live in with their partner and a dog, and the manager has got 4 neurodivergent children, 2 of whom aren't in the school system right now and are going through an EHCP. Now who has the most resources? Do you see what I mean? We can never assume that it's the manager. We can never assume that the other people don't have protected characteristics. Even if they're not neurodivergent, there might be other things going on with them. So I think what's preferable is to teach people to negotiate. On this project, Nancy Doyle's communication style and ways of managing time are going to work best. On that project, it's going to be my colleague Fiona's. On this project, it's going to be my colleague Ian's. And we'll flex around that, and we'll have that conversation. And when I'm finding it difficult to work in Fiona's timeline, I can vocalize that and say, "Oh, Fiona, this is really I'm struggling to be creative." And we come up with a little micro solution there and then. The answer to this is transparency and open, radically candid conversations about how we're thinking and feeling, and getting people used to that. And this is going to be hard for British people. I understand. British people are going to struggle with this. There are countries in the world where they're not going to struggle with this so much, but British people are going to struggle with this. But I think it could be transformational for British people to be able to just talk about this stuff a bit more, and just be able to be more flexible. Any more comments?
Nancy, there was a good question by Sophie, which says, how do you get people to buy into this? There's always people like us here that seem this as obvious and clearly a great way to go about the benefits it can bring. But then people who just see it as wishy-washy stuff, they haven't got time for.
What, like my head of HR?
Yeah.
Well, we talked around. She came around to it, because I genuinely, how I get people to buy into this is I wait for them to have a massive problem, because they will have one. So I've recently had this. I've had a manager who's joined. He's set up a new team in the business, and all of his team are neurodivergent, and one of them is a very opposite thinking pattern to his. And I knew they were going to fall out, and I knew she was going to fall out with other people in the business. And when she fell out with other people in the business, we did a wash up and we worked this stuff out, and then things were fine again. And he went, "Oh, I see why you do this now." I'm like, yes. If we hadn't had that training that you thought was really boring at the beginning of everybody's employment, where we did 5 senses exercise and we talked about elephants, and we started learning how to break feedback down into concrete observable behavior, we wouldn't have been able to deal with this problem. So the way I usually get people to come around to it is by using it to solve a very real problem that they've got, and a very real relationship, psychological contract rupture, and to use it to fix that. And then they go, "Oh." But very often it takes that. So at Genius Within, I can kind of control it, and my whole senior leadership team and we've all worked together for so many years now that we're all kind of quite united about this. But people come in and they go, "Oh, do I have to go on that training? It seems really boring. It's really wishy-washy, rah, rah, rah." And then as soon as something goes absolutely tits up, they're like, "Oh yeah, that wishy-washy stuff is really helpful, isn't it?" Yeah. It's very funny. I find it very satisfying when that happens.
Oh, thank you so much for that. I think we're almost at time, so I don't know. Are you good, Nancy, or do you have some final words?
I want to respond to something Selena's just put in. Has anyone attached economic benefit? Well, we have a very low turnover for a business. I think low turnover is the best economic output, because turnover is expensive to businesses. The estimated cost of replacing one employee, according to the CIPD, is somewhere between about £6,000 and their annual salary. if you take in low productivity time during their exit period, low productivity time of a new person coming on, and how long you have to spend training them, it's actually incredibly expensive. So by doing this, we have a very low turnover. But what I would really like is businesses to do that research with from the Centre for Neurodiversity Research at Work. What I'd really like is businesses who are going to volunteer, and then maybe they've got 2 sites or 2 departments, and I teach one department all the wishy-washy stuff, and I don't teach the other department, and we see what happens to turnover and absenteeism and sickness and productivity. And you can use proxy measures like employee engagement. So you can do employee engagement surveys and employee satisfaction surveys that are very easily collectible data, and have been found to predict more quantitative, hard outcomes such as absenteeism, turnover, and productivity. So yeah.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Nancy, for your time. Really invaluable and incredibly interesting. Judging by the comments, everyone loved it, unsurprisingly. So thank you so much. Now, if everyone can join me with a big round of applause, be very grateful. Great stuff as always.
Thank you. And I am on LinkedIn and Instagram, and I think, Nat, I've sent you the slides, and you're
Yes.
very welcome to send them out. I have no issue with my slides being used. Like most academics, if you use them, please reference me as a mark of courtesy, as we would all do to each other on a regular basis. But beyond that, use them, and I hope they're useful. And let me know if they're useful. I want to hear it.
All right, great stuff. I'll be sure to send any feedback if anyone has any. Now,
Thank
everyone,
you so much.
What a morning, right? We have had some amazing speakers so far, and I don't know about you, my brain's like, so I think I need a little bit of time to digest, relax, have a sandwich or two. So we're going to have a little bit of a lunch break now. Got ourselves a nice hour. So please refresh and then come back ready and rearing. Let's have a little look at the schedule. I think we are doing great so far. So we've just had Nancy, and we've now got a 1 hour break time, and we'll be back at 1:45. So back on your seats at 1:45. And then we're going to be having Jessica Dark from ND Perspectives, looking at well-being for neuro-inclusive research team. And still to come, we have Professor Sarah Radkin from Imperial College and Deborah Levery, and then some closing words from myself again. So thank you so much, everyone. And again, lunch break now, but see you back at 1:45. Catch you soon.
Nat, oh, have you gone?
Oh, no, I'm around.
Can I just check that I can share my slides?
Yes, absolutely. So, Amit, let me find you. Okay, should be able to share them now.
Only the host can share in this meeting. That's what it's telling me.
Oh, wait, well, okay. Okay, now try. Okay, now try.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's not. Just a sec. It's not as straightforward as when I do it normally. Just a second. Oops. Sorry.
Recording stopped.
Okay.
So Sarah, is it that you don't see the share link?
No, it's just that it's not. Okay, OneDrive. Sorry, I can't find it's normally if I'm on Teams or something, it would. So it's making me go back through my iDrive to find it. Sorry.
Well, you have a bit of time yet, so
yeah. You just I just. Okay, are you there for a second? Are you, or are you just about to move off? What I'm going to do is just try and save this directly onto my iPad. I think that might help.
Hello, I thought seeing as we're doing slides, I might as well just jump on, see if I can do mine as well. And
yeah, why not? We got time. Okay.
Now, do you want me to do mine just before you come back? Do you need a break?
Yeah, I need a sandwich or two just to refuel.
Okay. Shall I pop on? What time am I due on? 1:45.
Yeah, 1:45.
1:45, wonderful. So if I jump on at 1:30 and I'll just make sure I can do everything then. All right, I will see you then, and good luck with the slides.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Sarah, is it that you don't have the slides on your computer?
No, they're on there, but sorry, when I go into it, normally it comes up with a list of PowerPoints to share, but it's not doing that. It's making me sort of go back in. It's very weird. You go off and do your things and I'll play around. That's
yeah, you've got admin privileges, so feel free to have a little play around and see how you get on. Oh, hi Jess, you there? All right, nice. You okay, Jess?
And I will unmute myself as well so you can hear me. Hello.
All right, nice.
Am I sharing my screen right now? Can you actually just see the slides, or can you see my whole screen?
I see all of PowerPoint. So
You can see
not
the whole of PowerPoint. Okay.
yeah.
Now, when you share through here, do I go in? Oh, okay. There we go. No, it's not gonna like me. Okay. Try one other thing.
So it's like, are you trying to share your whole screen or just a portion of it?
Do you have to share do you have to actually share the screen and then go into presenter mode?
It depends. There's lots of different ways of doing it. So
Yeah.
depends if you need to see your notes or if you just want to go full screen.
Yeah, I want to see my notes. So I'll just go in and then I will go to problem is you start doing this and then there.
Well, the one I use is when you go to share, you go to, I think, advanced features, and then you click a portion of the screen on Zoom.
Okay.
So yeah, if you click on share, then you'll see screen, documents, and advanced tabs at the top. Click on advanced, and then there's one that says portion of screen, and you can select just the part of the PowerPoint so we don't see the entire screen.
Okay, and can you see notes from that perspective as well?
You will be, but we won't be able to, depending once you've
Gotcha.
kind of cropped it to just show the screen.
Okay, let's do this. How's that looking?
Yeah, I still think it's a little bit tight, so we need a little bit of room on the top. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, just make sure when I go through, that's absolutely fine, yeah?
Yeah, no, that all looks good.
Okay, wonderful. So I went to advance, I went to crop. Do you need me to come off and then go back on again, or can I just leave it on the screen?
I'll go back to the main screen, but when you redo it, it should restart how you had it, so it would be the same crop, same scale.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah.
So yeah. Oh, Sarah, how did you get on?
Nightmare. So I can share my PowerPoint, but it's complete. It reformatted. The font's changed. It's all a complete mess when I share it. Are you on a PC or a? Because I don't know if it's an Apple thing.
Oh, I'm on Mac.
Yeah, I'm on a Mac.
I don't know. The way
I can hear everything, by the way. Sorry, guys. I'm going to be back in 10 minutes.
That's okay.
Don't worry.
No, I know. I feel bad that you...
What I would normally suggest is download the presentation directly to your computer and use it from that rather than using it like an online player.
Is this pre-recorded, by the way? Can I watch this later?
Absolutely, you can.
Perfect. Because I literally just walked into my house after 1 month and it's chaos. So if I don't miss this, then I'll try and watch the recorded one. I would really appreciate that.
No, we'll send it to you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, so what's it? It's an iPad Pro that I've got. So I've saved it onto the iPad, and when I show it off that version, it's doing the same thing. Really bizarre.
I'm not familiar with iPads, so I imagine it'd be a similar way, but I wouldn't know.
What I'll probably have to do is send it to you and for you to share it.
Yeah, or I mean, do you either have a laptop you can work off of, or maybe
No, I only have an iPad. That's all I have. It's called an iPad Pro. It's sort of a.
Oh, I have an iPad Pro as well. I'm not sure if you're trying to rescale the presentation. What document are you using to scale the documents?
I'm presenting a PowerPoint when I present it on Zoom. So I presented it on Microsoft Teams and all these other things. It's fine. When I'm presenting it here, it's changing the font and everything.
Yeah, Zoom does that. And the other option is that if you click on the top 3 buttons on the top of your screen, it allows you to split the view and slide over. If you split view, that way you could click on the document that you have open and you could just assess whether it's the right one. And then you could click on the document itself and click on share screen. I'm not sure if that works, but you could try that.
Yeah.
Was it working?
I mean, to be honest, when I share screen, it just shows black.
Is the PowerPoint open?
Yeah. So I've got no idea.
Can you try sharing it? Let's see if we can see it.
Well, I think Nat has got the next viewer, the next talk lined
We've
up.
got a couple of minutes, so I've just given you permission again. So if you give it a go.
Yeah, just let's see at least that we can see it, even if you see a black one. But you won't be able to navigate probably. It's probably because the interface of Zoom is altered for this particular tablet. I don't think Zoom is updated. It's not your iPad that's the issue.
Okay, so I've got here.
And for everyone else who is currently waiting, just some technical things. We'll be with you shortly.
Fine, everyone will live through it.
They will. And I'm glad we've got you. Nice IT support.
We might have some technical people here that can help. So if I go screen now, share screen. It says screen broadcast, and I'm going to say start broadcast.
Hopefully you're broadcasting to us and not anyone else. Yeah.
Okay. I see something.
Yeah, it's loading the Zoom. It's in like a couple of seconds.
Oh, yeah. I've never used to be honest, a tablet to be fair. So it looks very different to what I'm used to.
Yeah, just make sure that it's the actual presentation that you want to broadcast once you've chosen it. Yeah. Perfect.
But I'm not. It just says you are sharing screen, but I can't see anything. Can you?
I can't see anything either. I only see the chat names of the participants.
Yeah, it's telling me I'm sharing, but
I'm gonna have to check on Google.
If not, Sarah, I've got the presentation. Unless you've updated it since, we'll share it on mine and we'll go from there.
Yeah, okay. I'll send you the latest if you get it. If you don't, yeah.
All right, cool.
Okay.
We'll make it work.
Yeah,
sure. We will. Otherwise, we can just Google it, or you can check on YouTube for later next time. At least you have all the information.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
There was only one other thing that I wanted to ask. Don't worry, Sarah. I wish you the best of luck. I'm sure it's going to be fine.
Yeah. Well, I'm. I can just talk. Otherwise,
yeah, it'll be wonderful. One thing I do want to practice now, if that's okay, is going between my Slido and my slides.
Okay, yep, go for it.
I'm just going to go basic and make sure my Slido's up. Okay. I think the only way I'm going to go around this is this now sharing all of my screen again, or is it sharing?
Yeah, I see the whole
Oh,
PowerPoint.
it's a bit of a nightmare. Do you know what? I'm not even going to bother. I'm going to get people to look at the Slido themselves. It's absolutely fine. Yeah.
All right, well, if you're sure.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
All right, cool. Well, we've got a few more minutes, so it'll be fine.
Recording in progress.
I was on mute while I was talking. Absolutely classic. Hope you're all having had a good lunch and had something nice to eat. Do let me know what you had. Doesn't have to be related to science.
Honestly, I'm still eating, so I'm gonna mute myself.
Honestly, I don't blame you.
No, I'm moving back home for a couple of months because my dad has cancer. So I literally just come to my place, and I was glad I got a notification about this event. So I was happy to not miss
I'm
it.
sorry to hear about your dad. I wish him the best.
Thank you.
I'm glad that
Appreciate
you were
it.
able to attend the event.
Yeah, me too. I hope that the screen on the iPad Pro was manifested and managed.
We're
Otherwise, I'm
praying
gonna
to all
look.
the tech gods.
I'm gonna still look online for her and see.
Yeah, if you do message
I will
Sarah
do.
if you're able to.
I'll just have I will have a look now.
And I can see other Sarah, Barachel. Sorry, do you work for Lightyear?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
No, not you, Sarah. Other Sarah.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I will mute myself. until I find
yeah,
a
I used to
resolution
work
for
for
the
like,
other
yeah.
side.
Oh, I thought I recognized you because I did some brief training with them and you were the trainer.
Yeah.
I hope you're doing well.
No, this is a really good session. Thank you very much for arranging it all.
So far, so good.
It's brilliant.
Oh, anyway, it's time to crack on. All right, everyone. So welcome back, and I hope you had a fantastic lunchtime and have been enjoying the session so far. I found it absolutely fascinating and have really enjoyed it. If you're able to, quickly go on camera, so I know you're back again. You don't have to stay on it. Just nice to show your face for a few seconds. Yay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, brilliant, everyone. Yeah, okay, we're still here. Haven't lost too many of you, which is always the risk after lunch. Honestly, I went for a nap. I didn't think I was going to wake up again, but the show must go on. So our next speaker is Jessica Dark, and you are in for a treat. Jessica is the founder of ND Perspectives, is an autistic and is a PhD candidate researching autistic women in the workplace at Birkbeck. Also does lecturing at Arden University and has a volunteer editor at the Educational Psychology Journal at the University of East London, and seems to know everyone in the industry. So we are very grateful and very, very lucky to have you. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Nat. That's fantastic. Thank you for the intro. Just to kind of put it out there, I'm multiply neurodivergent. So what I mean by that is I've got diagnoses of dyslexia, dyspraxia, ADHD, and autism, which basically means I prefer to go by neurodivergent because it kind of gets lost, doesn't it? And you kind of go, well, what does that actually mean anyway? So yeah, I'll be talking a bit about that as I go through. Have you put me as host so I can share my screen?
Yes, you should be able to do it now.
Okay, fantastic. I'm just going to check in. Can you see my screen? You can't see my notes?
Yep, all good this side.
Oh, no, because I've just adjusted my screen. There you go. Technology is not my friend. Thank you so much, everybody. You can all hear me and see me, but I can't see you. So just kind of bear that in mind as I go through. So who am I? I've already had a wonderful introduction, so I won't spend too long introducing myself. But as already mentioned, I am Jessica Dark. I am founder of ND Perspective. I am very much a neurodiversity community advocate, as well as a very early careers researcher. I'm doing my PhD on autistic women's experiences of diagnosis disclosure. And I'm very passionate about sharing an ND perspective and also about inclusive research, which means inclusive research methods and also working together in research in inclusive ways. So in today's workshop, I'm going to cover a range of different topics, including how to implement a neurodiversity approach in research teams. We're also going to explore the differences between medical and neurodiversity models, and the strengths and wellbeing needs of neurodivergent team members, and key considerations when working in neuro-inclusive teams. There's also going to be activities along the way to help us all apply these concepts in practical ways. So by the end of this workshop, I hope you will understand the neurodiversity approach and how it contrasts with the medical model. Consider the strengths and wellbeing needs of neurodivergent people. Reflect on your personal strengths and support needs within a team, and gain some insights into building and sustaining neuro-inclusive research teams. Now, Slido's being tricky. I've not used Slido before. So if you guys can log on to Slido, there is going to be some elements of interaction throughout. Our code for using Slido is 5998264. And it might be easy just to go on there now and have that ready and waiting. I will give these details again when we get to that part in the workshop. Just so we can kind of, it's really for exploring people's communication styles, which is pretty cool. Let's start by clarifying some key terms. I'm going to be using the term prominent neurotype for people who process the world in a more typical way. There's no such thing as a typical processing. Well, neurodivergent I'm using for a team member who processes the world a little bit differently. and most importantly, may require adjustments and supports to fully participate in team activities and complete their work. And understanding these differences is absolutely crucial for fostering inclusive environments, and all different types of environments as well, across work, education, and so forth. So very briefly, medical versus neurodiversity approaches. What do I actually mean by that? Now, the reason I'm clarifying these is you're kind of going, well, Jessica, we had a whole day of talking about neurodiversity and so on and so forth. But it seems to be everywhere you go, somebody has a slightly different interpretation. So I think it's useful for me kind of sharing what mine is. So the medical model of disability is a diagnosis-focused approach, which emphasises treatment and cure, often leading to things like therapies, and that have often had adverse consequences. And in contrast, the neurodiversity movement emerged in a way as challenging this model, and emphasises the natural variations in human cognition and behaviour. Now, I love going into history. It's absolutely something that I adore. So I always give a little bit of a background on where neurodiversity came from and how it's developed, because I always feel that it's good to know where something is if we're going to develop an approach that uses neurodiversity as its key principle. So the concept of neurodiversity very much grew from the disability movement and also the teachings of advocates such as Sinclair, who promoted the idea of an embodiment stance. So Sinclair advocated for not viewing autism as something to be cured, but rather recognising autism as something to be part of a person's makeup, informing every aspect of how they experience the world. Then the autism community developed the term neurodiversity through the first online chat rooms in the 90s. And the term was then subsequently popularised by Judy Singer and Harvey Bloom. Now, neurodiversity now doesn't just relate to autism, it relates to a whole different range of neurological variations, from neurodevelopmental differences such as autism, dyslexia and ADHD, through to lots of different mental health differences and so on and so forth, as well as, of course, acquired neurodivergence, where people may have had a traumatic brain injury. So what do I actually mean by neurodiversity in itself? You know, it can mean lots of different things to lots of different people. You know, it really does refer to the natural variation of the human genome. But for some people, it's also an identity, and that's really important. And this is an identity for people who reject the medical model of disability. And the concept of neurodiversity challenges the idea that neurological differences need to be fixed. And instead, it advocates for acceptance and celebration of these differences and recognition that the strengths as well as differences. But how do we actually apply that to an approach in research? So adopting a neurodiversity approach encompasses the movement and the people who informed the original understanding of the term. So what I mean by that is neurodiversity can be considered across all aspects of society, from education, how services and supports are delivered, through to how we research. And it means recognising things like the varied nature of humanity. You know, people have different physical, cognitive, processing requirements, and neurodiversity very much recognises that as human beings, we've got different ways of processing the world. And I feel it was absolutely fantastic to follow the talks this morning, because I think, you know, Nancy has just completely set that up for me fantastically. You know, everybody's explored their different cognitive profiles and thought about how different ways to communicate and so on and so forth. And that really is the essence of neurodiversity. It's like we're all different and we all got different needs, and it's about kind of understanding that. Furthermore, it's about valuing people's perceptual positionality. Now, what do I mean by that? If people think differently, they're going to perceive things in different ways, you know, but we perceive the world in lots of different ways for lots of different reasons. And it's not just because of how we think. We perceive things because of our upbringing, our culture, you know, the resources that we've had access to. So really, it's about understanding that people come from different perspectives and have different ways of thinking and different ways of relating. And actually, we should embrace that, not exclude it. And because of that, it's about respecting people's natural persona and behavioural requirements. So we know that lots of neurodivergent people have differences in how they communicate, such as someone may not want to have eye contact, may use directive, explicit language. Some neurodivergent people may have a requirement where they need to move their body a lot in order to regulate. And these are all neurotype specific requirements. And what I'm calling for in a neurodiversity approach is to understand that these differences are just part of people being people. We've got lots of people, lots of different needs, and therefore they shouldn't be excluded for behaving and moving their body in a different way. And it should be recognised and actually celebrated. And that's how we adopt a neuro-affirming practice. Neuro-affirming really relates to understanding and responding and valuing people acting true to their neurotype. It means that the support and therapeutic services offered to neurodivergent people appreciate the ways that people communicate and interact and belong differently. And also, it's about a way of kind of including everybody, so that their independence and positive well-being is met. And excluding things like conformity and the repression of natural behaviours, because quite frankly, we know mostly as neurodivergent people and those that are understanding of neurodiversity and supportive of neurodivergent people, we know that these natural body movements are really important to how we think, interact, process emotion, process our surroundings, and really how we work most efficiently as well. Now, what I'm basing this workshop on today is my PhD thesis, which is Autistic Women's Experiences of Diagnosis Disclosure in the Workplace. And as part of that, I published an article where and it's called 8 Principles of Neuroinclusion. It's published in Frontiers in Psychology. I will get it up on your chat feed after I finish the workshop, so I don't have to juggle too many screens. And really what this looks at is inclusive ways of including neurodivergent people in research as participants, but it also touches on the importance of neurodivergent people leading research and being included in research. So, as I said, I present a reflexive framework in this piece of research, and it thinks about things like respect, representation, how to experiment with inclusive research methods, and actionable research outcomes, language choices, and how to disseminate research in lots of different ways so it's accessible to lots of different people. However, today I'm building on this to explore these concepts by discussing how we can create neuro-inclusive research teams. But before I do that, we really need to think about ND strengths, well-being, and inclusion. And what do I actually mean by neurodiverse teams? There's lots of confusion around language, and I take the term neurodiverse to mean a mix of different people who think in lots of different ways, including the prominent neurotype. So that means you may have people who are autistic, dyslexic, bipolar, and may have people who don't have any diagnosis whatsoever. And these people are working together. And they're working together whether they have disclosed this or whether they've withheld this. But it's likely that there's going to be a neurodivergent person on a team or working in a department within a university. And it's really important that as we go through and we talk about ways that people can be supported, that we also really emphasize strengths first and foremost. We know, and it's starting to be documented in research. To be fair, I don't think there's enough research on neurodivergent strengths. I think we should do tons of it and just look at all of the different strengths that neurodivergent people bring to the workplace and to beyond, and especially in research. But there's a little bit of research out there, and I'm drawn from research on autism because that's what my thesis is on, but I'm sure there's some other research that actually taps into ADHD and dyslexia as well, and that talks about, the strengths of neurodivergent people in research, and bringing specific skills. And most importantly, especially when you're thinking about the analysis of research, bringing this, what I call the shared neuro trait relevancy and empathy to the interpretation of data. Really knowing what the data is about when we're looking at neurodivergent people, and we're neurodivergent ourselves, because we've got this shared understanding, and without having to kind of go into a lot of the theoretical background. We've got an understanding of the experience, but we've also got a community insight as well, which is so incredibly valuable. So in this workshop, I recognise well-being as being something that people require through things like adjustments, strategies and support, as well as having a good level of self-care. So throughout the following slides, we're going to consider how we meet our own well-being requirements. Now, I want you to think about this regardless of your neurotype. We all have well-being requirements. We all have strengths. We all have challenges in research. And I really want you to kind of start to explore this for yourself as we go through the following slides. And it's really about thinking about our strengths, our challenges, how to communicate these, and then how we can work together as a team in doing this, that this workshop is really about. And what I'm trying to encourage people to do is, rather than think about autistic needs or dyslexic needs, or, the needs that you have associated with dyspraxia, I would really like you to start thinking about what I regard as neuro traits. So this is thinking about things like, oh, okay, so what are my strengths in relation to, visual processing, written communication, what are my challenges in relation to executive functions, so memory, organization, and really think about the traits rather than diagnostic labels, because these will really help you and your team to understand the specific supports that you need. Because sometimes when we share something like, oh, I need this support because I'm autistic, well, unfortunately, because of the research and the lack of research understanding, particularly from a neurodiversity perspective, how somebody actually understands you sharing that may be very, very different to what you're actually trying to convey. Very similar to what Nancy was sharing with the elephants earlier on, if you saw that presentation, all having a different understanding of the same concept. Well, autism and dyslexia and dyspraxia is very much like that as well. So having an understanding of our traits, and then having a recognition that actually these traits aren't static. I might have challenges with sensory processing, auditory sensory processing in a busy environment that I simply do not have presenting to you right now from my desk in my bedroom. I may have challenges in maintaining my energy throughout the day if I am going into the office 5 days a week, that I simply do not have when I'm supported in flexible working. So it's really about recognizing, in this situation, I find this challenging. This is why I need this adjustment. And later in this workshop, we're going to be thinking about the difference between what I prefer and actually what I need to get the job done. So we are going to be reflecting on 8 different considerations and how we can apply these principles to our own strengths, challenges, and support needs. Now, I'm going to be discussing these points in relation to research teams. And for the purpose of the day, I'm going to take a really, really broad understanding of the term research team. So this includes working as a master's or postgraduate student and working with a supervisor on your thesis, and conducting a scoping or systematic review where teamwork is required for that, or as in a co-production or participatory research capacity. Also, if you're not in academia or in your workplace, you can think about, again, apply these concepts of working in teams in work, in academia, and the principles still very much apply when you're working on a project collaboratively. So the first principle or consideration for me to share with you today is perspective and positionality. So this is really having an understanding that in mixed neurotype teams, we're going to understand and value the different perspectives and positionalities that each team member brings. Okay. So from a neurodiversity perspective, these differences are not just quirks, but actually essential components to get the job done. And it's about thinking about the differences in that. And also, it's really about being aware of the benefits, but also maybe some neurotype specific challenges that a neurodivergent scholar may face due to their lived experiences and community insights. I know personally, when researching autistic women's experiences of diagnosis disclosure in the workplace, it brought up some feelings of shared experience, which was really, really beneficial. But it also brought up some challenging times for me as well. And recognizing that this is part of a neurodivergent researcher who is researching neurodivergent people's experiences. And supporting that is really paramount moving forward. But it's also about recognizing that the same qualities that may cause challenges or need to be supported are actually the same qualities that bring, the skills that are required for analysis and discussion of the data. So including neurodivergent people is so incredibly important and beneficial. It's really about valuing lived experience and listening to community-informed insights. When we're thinking about perspective and positionality, we're really thinking about, really deeply listening to the community who informs our research. And recognizing how backgrounds and experiences and neurotypes shape how we see the world. I touched on this earlier, we all come from a different position. We all have different backgrounds. We all have different experiences. We all have different resources available to us. We may all have differences and variations in our neurotype expression, the way that our neurodivergence expresses themselves in our support needs and the things that we need. Two people with the same neurotype may still have a very different neuro expression. And it's recognizing that actually we really just need to talk about people and what people need, and really kind of reflect on how we can move forward and do that and foster that within research teams. Now, one thing I also want to emphasize is it's not only about just thinking about the neurodivergent people in your team. It's about thinking about everybody and about how we can combine, a diverse team's strengths to create a more balanced and dynamic team, and actually using this combination of different perspectives to inform a much richer and more successful outcomes in research. And hopefully, when we're talking about researching neurodivergent groups, a more reflective understanding of the community by whom we are researching as well, which is incredibly important. Okay, so that brings us to our first activity, the point where I have to shut down the presentation, come and join you guys, and then try and get it up again and play with the technology. But what I want us to do is, if we can spend 5 minutes, I'm just going to also put this in the chat bar as well. So if you can think about your background, experiences, and neurotype positionality, and just jot down a couple of points. It could be a couple of sentences. It could be just a couple of bullet points to think about how these differences and all these aspects of yourself influence your research approach. And if you do feel comfortable, please do share them in the chat or share them with me verbally. But if you don't, that's absolutely fine as well. So I'm just going to stop sharing and I'm going to put this up in the chat. It'll also give me a breathing space so I can actually see some of the comments as well that people have shared. Okay. Does anybody want to share something on their background or experiences on neurotype positionality and how it influences their research approach? Oh, fantastic. I can see a waving hand. Please do just jump in and share.
I mean, I was waving because to say hello to you.
Oh, is
hoping,
she? Oh,
hoping
lovely.
that Sarah figured out the thing. I found the information for her how to share her, configure her
Oh,
her data.
fantastic.
But I just wanted to jump on because I need to leave. All I wanted to say was that I've had dyslexia and I've been diagnosed with it when I was studying at London School of Fashion. I also worked with like kids with special abilities and needs. There was an Olympics for special children. This is back in Pakistan. Obviously, I'm from there. I'm also planning to set up a foundation. I'm going to start my PhD in neurodivergence and also trauma induced in women with neurodivergent, traumatic incidents that they've undergone or any kind of incidents that they may have surpassed and they don't have the right kind of like skills and techniques to cater to them, and someone that can guide them and manifest those emotions and feelings, because I know from my experiences and things that I've encountered in my life and in my past, bad abusive marriage or traumatic incidents in the past when I was a kid to be kind of go through molestation and all. And I'm okay to share it and I'm okay to talk about it because these are the things we need to address. And we need to be vocal about it so other people can feel the need to reach out and say that, you know what, if she can do it, so can I. And the majority of the times people are afraid because they're not sure how others would react, because it's not a uniformed emotion, it's not a sense of normality, it's frowned upon, it's not culturally acceptable. And being a Pakistani and someone who has tattoos, who's piercings, has done bodybuilding competitions, I could say safely that I want to create a safe space for girls, women, and boys as well.
Wonderful.
And do something that will help them cultivate a mindset that is going to alleviate all these negative traits that are sort of biased or based on social parameters or restrictions based on things that are sorry, one sec, my father, based on things that kind of hold them back from expressing themselves. So I appreciate your time and what you're doing, because this is exactly what I want to tap into, hopefully in my lifetime. But once I start my PhD next summer, I plan to create the foundation. So I'll definitely be in touch with you. And if there's anyone else who would like to share or give me their insights or guide me on anything that they would want or would help me with the feedback to help grow the foundation, I would be appreciative. So, yeah.
That's absolutely wonderful. And it was a really wonderful example of how your background and your experiences are really putting you in a unique position to conduct research in this area.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm still doing my MSc from King, so I'm sort of in the midst of that, and I'm also doing other research. I'm on my own app, so for that, it's more bodybuilding, fitness, and sort of getting into a bit of counseling. And I was meant to take on a job offer in New York and UNCHR, but I refused because my father's ill. So I'm going to go back and spend a few months with him and not have to live with any kind of regrets. And he's the reason why I'm educated and where I am. And as far as I've gone in my life, he's still working on his book in his 90s while he has cancer. So for me to not be able to be around him and also be able to work on the things that I think would profoundly help pave a path for people that you could possibly change their life astronomically, then I think that it's very important for us to kind of start being more empathetic, being more kind, and starting to kind of nurture the needs of others, despite their cultural, race, background, gender, and all those things. I'm talking about just people and humans, because we've forgotten to focus on human beings, and we've started to focus and diversify and diverge into things that are not relevant, no matter how emotionally inclined people are and feel like. I know it's a very sensitive subject and people get very worked up, but we need to first cater to one each other as a unity, as a human race.
Thank you so much for sharing your insight. I think it's been fantastic. I'm just going to move to the comments quickly because we've got quite a few on it. I really do appreciate you
No
taking the
worries,
time
no
to share
worries.
that, though.
I'll
Thank
get in touch
you.
with you soon. Thank you, guys. Thanks for listening.
Wonderful. We've got some fantastic comments in the chat as well, talking about Kaylin, I don't know if you want to come and share. it's quite a long comment here. I don't know if you want to share some more about your experience.
Sure, I don't mind.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay.
So I won't read out your comment. I'll just let you share a little bit on what you shared in the comments with people.
For sure. So I recently just finished my master's degree in counseling, and I work in higher education full time for the time being. And neurodiversity just hit our campus, and I work at the University of Cincinnati. And so as we're kind of navigating these different conversations, having workshops to explain what this means, I often find myself thinking, we already struggle just in America in general, but we already struggle with letting people be diverse without picking apart identities and saying what's appropriate versus what's not. So I kind of wonder, how open are we really to embracing these different ways of perceiving the world around us? Like, are we still going to pick those apart too? Like, how open are we really to really allowing people who think differently and perceive differently to navigate the world in a way that makes sense? And it's definitely really in my face now as I'm helping students navigate policies and procedures that are usually for people who assume that these students know how to navigate these procedures. And it's like, what's direct to you might not be direct to other students. And if it's not the case, how are we supporting them? And of course, there are no answers, but that's what I find myself up against all the time.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. And just to briefly kind of summarize some of the other comments, there was a lovely comment regarding food sensory challenges and it sparking an interest in herbal medicine, people's neurodivergence, informing how they create, manage projects and the compute and their skills on the computer. So there's loads and loads and loads of comments that really do emphasize the different ways that our backgrounds really do inform ourselves as researchers. So I'm going to attempt to reshare again. This backwards and forwards is never great for me. I think I've successfully done it. Fantastic. So in the following slides, we're gonna move on from perspective and positionality and now think about the practicalities of research. So lines and approaches. So that everything, including things like requirements from funders, if there's any funder requirements, these need to be really explicitly communicated, and they need to be communicated within your research team. So that's a reminder that if you're doing co-production, that also needs to be communicated with your co-production team as well. And in that way, that it needs to be also communicated in a way that everybody best understands. Starting a research project, be it your thesis or more kind of traditional research and paid roles, this level of clarity is needed, so all team members can contribute effectively. And I would argue, this clear, definitive outline of what needs to be done needs to be communicated in jobs as well, in relation to workplace needs and so on and so forth. And that really does come down to communication and communication style, and there is no one way to communicate. Having effective communication means that we need to think about, different people's communication needs and preferences, and really establish clear processes to reduce things like miscommunication and create protocols for resolving any disagreements should they arise. And this is really good to do in advance, because we don't want to be doing this reactive, supports that was previously, was talked about previously in previous talks today. We really want to be thinking about putting these things up front first and foremost. If there's a challenge that arises within our team, be that a small team of 2 or 3 people or a much larger team, how are we going to overcome those or resolve those differences? And having a protocol in place really does help. So this brings us to our next activity and us going on to Slido. So if you can log on to Slido, that would be absolutely fantastic. And the first question on Slido is, how do you prefer to communicate? There we go. Oh, I think I might even have my Slido. Can everybody see the Slido on the screen here?
Yes.
Hey, wonderful. I'm navigating it. It's fantastic. Here we go. Okay. How do you prefer to communicate with colleagues on a one-to-one basis? Most people say face-to-face. Some people are saying email. Oh, it's going up and down. Video calls and text chat. Okay, fantastic. I think that's going to go. Let's move on to, how do you prefer to communicate with colleagues when working in a team? Okay. Okay, there's going to be some slight differences happening with regards to different ways that people want to communicate in different situations. Obviously, those people who find group situations more complex may benefit from things like video calling, where you can put closed captions up, or you can have the space to contribute by text as well as verbally. There's lots of different benefits to working in different ways and with different amounts of people. And the third one, which I would like to spend a little bit of time on, I'm going to adjust this screen, is, would you consider your communication choice a preference or a requirement? And what I mean by that, let me just clarify that quickly, is I mean a preference is something that I prefer. I would like to do it this way because that's the way that that feels most comfortable to me. Or is it a requirement? As in, I won't be able to do my work effectively if I don't communicate in this way. And I think it's really important to differentiate between the two. And as we go and discuss our strengths and our challenges and our support requirements, it's really good to differentiate between what is a preference. So, I prefer to talk to people on Teams calls, but it's not a requirement for me. I can go onto Zoom. That's absolutely fine. That is a preference. If I am having a really overwhelming day, I'm going to need the help of a text chat. So I'm going to need to go on a video call rather than meet somebody face to face. That's more of a requirement. So it's really kind of thinking about the differences between the two and what is needed for you at any specific time. Now, thinking back to what I was talking about earlier, this might be different in different situations. So the busy day, feeling lots of sensory overwhelm, I may need a different communication route to a day where actually it hasn't been very sensory overwhelming. I haven't had a load of tasks from that week. I've got my energies really high, and actually I'm okay with face to face. So I know these things. I don't want you to think about these things in rigid ways, and they are very much fluid and depending on what's happening at any particular time. And again, that's something to think about on how to communicate that with different team members as well. To say, in this situation, I may feel like this, but actually most of the time it's okay, and this is what I need. And having that confidence to share what you need. I know it's really hard. I find it incredibly hard. I talk about self-advocacy all day, every day. I, as somebody who is neurodivergent, finds it really hard to communicate my own needs to others. And I try really, really hard, but it is part of my neurodivergence, that it doesn't come naturally to me. So I do understand that, I can say all of these things and we consider these preferences and requirements, but actually sharing them is another matter. And that's why these structures are really, really beneficial for working in teams, because we put a structure in place where it's okay and we can talk about it. And Nancy talked about the psychological safety and psychological contracts. If we can create that space, then we can start sharing things that we need as people, as lots of different people with lots of different needs. So let me stop sharing that, and then I'll get back onto the main presentation. It wants to stay with Slido now, doesn't it? Fantastic. I'm just adjusting this now, hopefully. That is in the screen. Brilliant. So one of the things that's incredibly important is to think about people's strengths. When we're referring to unique abilities, we really need to think about what our strengths are as individuals. One person's strength, everybody wrote some fantastic things about what informed their research approach earlier in this workshop. Really thinking about what your strengths are and affirming these strengths as a neurodivergent individual, or just as somebody who is part of a team or somebody who is interviewing, knowing what we're good at and being able to articulate that is in a way that feels authentic to us is so incredibly important. And for many people, it doesn't come naturally. It definitely does not come naturally to me to talk about my strengths. So practicing this is really beneficial. And then think about things like adjustments, for those things that are not preferences, they are requirements. That's what I need adjustment for. Thinking about the situations about when I require these adjustments is incredibly important. As neurodivergent people, many of us may be adult recognized, myself included. Many of us wouldn't have received post-diagnostic support. Many of us are not given space to think about our strengths, adjustments, and support needs. I know when I was first diagnosed, and you got to remember, I've grew my neurodivergence or my understanding of my neurodivergence. I've always been me, and that's how I am. But I got given different diagnostic labels bit by bit as I went on my journey of our self-understanding. So if you'd spoken to me at the age of 25 when I was first diagnosed dyslexic with significant signs of dyspraxia, I would have told you about myself in relation to dyslexia mainly, and told you about my reading and writing challenges, which are really, really evident. And then you move on 10 years, and I've had children of my own who are recognised as neurodivergent, and I've gone through a process of self-understanding, and I've realised, well, how did I not spot that I was ADHD? That's really evident, Jess. Yeah. And then I could talk to you a little bit more about how I recognised myself in relation to that aspect of my neurodivergence. And then fast forward a few more years, and I'm researching a lot on particularly female autistic presentation. And I have the assessment. Actually, I asked for the assessment at the same time as the ADHD, but they wouldn't refer me, and I pushed for the assessment later on. And then I could talk to you about myself in relation to those needs. And that's unfortunate. I think if that's why I was encouraging people to think about their neuro traits rather than diagnostic labels at the start, because actually if we start to get in touch with actually what we need away from these diagnostic labels, then we can really start to think about the adjustments in relation to that, things like read and write programs, Claro Read, those kind of technologies. AI has been phenomenal, particularly like meeting apps and things like that, as well as kind of feeling comfortable to say, today I'm going to take a bit of a back seat in this meeting, and if it's all right with everybody, I'm going to contribute via text, and being okay with that, which I think is a process in itself, and I think I could do a whole another hour on that alone, and that really kind of feeds into not just adjustments, but actually supports. And I've put these very, very distinctly differently from each other. An adjustment is a thing that we put in place. So it could be a process, it could be a piece of software, it could be a piece of equipment, but the support that we need in research teams, well, that's a little bit different. And that can come from informal supports, such as like peer networks. I've got a fantastic peer mentor who was doing their PhD alongside me, and then went off. And the wonderful thing about having this peer mentor was seeing their journey whilst I was still studying, and them kind of going off and doing a postdoc and doing all of the things that they were doing whilst I was still completing my work. Or still am completing my work, and it really kind of fills me with that courage and that motivation and that understanding of what things look like in a longer trajectory. Furthermore, it's somebody to ask like soft questions to, like, where's the toilet when I go to this building? Or, those kind of questions that you really don't want to be like asking openly in big research teams, or even to your supervisors. Having someone who is on a peer who is slightly more experienced than you, but can help you scaffold your learning, is really incredibly important. And of course, there's things like identifying skill gaps in people and providing skills training. And let's talk about what we need, as research teams. Let's talk about what we're good at, but also actually, especially as an early careers researcher or somebody who's doing their PhD or doing their master's thesis, there's going to be things that you're not going to know. And there's always things, I think, that people are learning and kind of going, actually, I'm going to need some skills training on this, or I'm going to need something to support me in this, is incredibly important as well. And if we can get these supports in place, as well as these adjustments, it can enhance things like problem solving, increase self-efficacy, improve everybody's well-being, and contribute to achieving research goals and fostering a really nice collaborative research environment. Which brings me to our third activity. So for our third activity, I just want you to think of one. I mean, take this away, take this into your own time, and actually spend some time going through these bit by bit. But if you can just think of one strength, one adjustment, and one support requirement, and if you're happy to share that in the chat, that would be absolutely fantastic. And if not, that's absolutely fine as well. Or talk to me and share them openly, because that would be cool as well.
Thanks so much for that, Jessica. Really, really insightful. If anyone has any questions now or would like to share, the floor is yours.
Sorry, I couldn't put the hand up because I couldn't find it. If I can share, please. Okay, so my name is Sandrella, and I got diagnosed with dyslexia age 36. I've been at uni ever since, and it's been a struggle. Because I look normal, I'm treated as they expect me to be behaving, but I've always been an odd person. I've always felt that I don't belong to a certain group. I don't understand that sense of belonging. So I never followed a football team, or I felt that I'm supposed to be British or originally from Lebanon. I feel I'm a human being. I'm an individual. I'm very different from everyone I know, and everyone is different from everyone else. And I could never understand that categorizations of people. Yet we get put in boxes very easily and be treated in bulk. And I'm a PhD student today. As a mature student, been studying for the last 6 years. I am struggling. I got distinction on my undergrad. I got merit on my master's at King's. And now I'm really struggling to get along with my supervisors, because things like little adjustment, like using a video call, it's a big thing to them, because they're old school and they don't like video calls. Or they're old school, they don't like recording, because when they did their PhD, there was no recording equipment. So I need to deal with it. Or like, where's my notebooks? Why don't I use a notebook? They have thousands of notebooks by the time they finish their PhD. Why don't I hold one? I have motor skills problem. I can't write properly. And if I do write it, I cannot read it. And it's very difficult for them to understand how I made it that far, having so many difficulties. I have chronic fatigue syndromes on top of being very different from other people. And it's very difficult for them to make small adjustments, such as give me appointments in advance, not leave it to the last minute. I still have 2 kids. One of them has special needs, and another is a crazy teenager. And I still have to juggle life. And I want to be someone. I don't want to be just a number that came to Earth and left. I want to do something with my life. But I am really, really struggling. And I don't know how to make all that utopian ideas that we have today, that we've been talking about it today, that we've been sharing today, a real life kind of action. I struggled in my first university, even though I got distinction. It was very difficult for me to build rapport with my lecturers. I made really good friendship with the people there as students. Same thing with at King's, there was not enough support, especially to my, to suit my conditions. Always had arguments because I had to do what is right. Now I'm thinking probably it's better to do what is best, and that is shut my mouth and do my work.
Sandra, I think it's such important stuff that you're talking about, and I think we could take this conversation off here as well. Would be really, really beneficial. So I don't want to feel like I'm cutting you short, but I've got my eye on the clock as well, and I've got to finish the presentation as well. Right. But one of the things that really jumped out was this kind of generational divide, or this assumption that people who are studying at a certain level can't be neurodivergent. How on earth are you neurodivergent and doing a PhD? Some people have that kind of mindset, and that's really interesting in itself. I would say try, there's only certain ways or approaches that we can do to get some people to understand our situations and the demands that we've got on us, and really thinking about the difference between our preferences and our requirements are really important. I find sometimes explaining things in relation to physical ailments really helps. So, people may not understand that I've got sensory processing differences, but they may understand that I get headaches and it can feel like, and I have to go into a darkened room, similar to somebody who would experience migraines, and relating it to something that they may have experienced themselves really helps sometimes. And I was shocked the first time that this happened, and they were like, "Oh, that's awful," and I'm like, I've been trying to explain this in a way, but to explain it in a more neurotypical way sometimes really helps. To help them bridge the neurotypical perspective. We've got to remember we're coming at things from two different ways. And somebody's not going to understand the need for sensory processing differences have they not experienced it. So try and give them something that they may have experienced, to say it's not the same as, but it's similar to this. Try to bridge that perspective and that understanding. There's only so much we can do with the time that we've got with relation to communicating with people who will not support our needs. However, I'd always say go to what you require and drop I'd love to have all my preferences met, but let's just go to the bare minimum of what we require to get the job done, and try and communicate why you need it. And if it's not okay with them, how can they help you find a way that would work for both of you? What's the middle ground here? If they can't work in the way that you're asking, and you can't work in the way that they're asking, well, can you find a middle ground, and what would that look like? And trying to be brave to initiate those conversations, particularly in a power dynamic where a supervisor is obviously in a much more, senior position. It's challenging, but as people who have to advocate for our needs in order to get them met, we have to learn ways of doing that, and it's not easy, and I'm no expert myself in tact, unfortunately. Now I'm just going to finish off. So many comments, so many amazing things, but I haven't got long, so I want to kind of finish off this presentation, and then hopefully we might have a couple of minutes to answer a few more of the questions. But everyone's been fantastic. I just want to thank everybody for your contribution. So really what I want to think about is, once you've thought about your strengths and your challenges and your support needs, thinking about allocating roles in relation to those strengths is also hugely beneficial. For large teams, this will be about thinking about people's strengths and who's going to take on what. In smaller teams, it may be thinking about the ways that you move forward with your supervisor, and clarifying how you'll work together, how you'll move forward, how you'll check in, and trying to do that as early in the process as possible, and possibly having it written down as well, so you can keep on checking in. Okay, this is what we've agreed that we can communicate in this way. And back to the communication, if communication challenges arise, you've already got a protocol in place to go, actually, if there is a problem, how am I best to communicate that with you? And to do that before the problem arises as well is incredibly important. And finally, Got there. And the final point to be considered is about evaluation, and really about adjusting and evaluating and remembering that, we have neuro traits in interaction with our environment and the people around us. We respond to different people in different ways. We respond to different environments in different ways. We respond to different situations in different ways. It's not a one fit all, and recognizing and evaluating that if somebody is adult recognized, they may not know what adjustments that they need. And it may be further down the line, like some of the conversations that we've had today where we need to go, actually, I need to bring this up because it wasn't something that I thought about. I'm really sorry. It's a new situation for me to be in. Therefore, I've come to realize that I need some help with X, Y, or Z. And really, finally, thinking about a recent time where you had an experience that worked really well and an experience that could be improved, and really retrospectively thinking about the steps that you could take to remedy that, I think is a really important and practical exercise that we can all do to help us in developing that evaluation and adjustment process. Now, thank you very, very much for everybody's participation today. I really do want to close this by saying, actually, I'm closing this by quoting out of my journal article, 8 Principles of Neuroinclusion. And it says, I believe it will take a community effort for inclusive approaches to become mainstream considerations. However, if more scholars consolidate, innovate, and evaluate their approach to research, epistemic justice, which is a more representative understanding of neurodivergence, will justice through appropriate representation of autistic people in research will materialise, leading to better life opportunities for our autism community across society. So thank you very much for your participation. And should you want to come and find me, I am on LinkedIn. You can find me through my Facebook, ND Perspective, and you can also join my community. So I've got a free community for neurodivergent people. It's work focused. It's mainly working from home, but actually students who work from home, it would benefit really very well as well. And it's about learning the support strategies, communicating those to other people, and really learning about what we need to succeed in business, but also it would apply to people who are, learning how to succeed in academia as well. Very much so. Any final questions? I've got 2 minutes. Please shout out to me.
I love the fact that you quoted yourself. Brilliant.
Thank you.
It's morning here in Georgia. Enjoyed. Thanks for sharing. Wanted to double check how soon the recording would be available for review.
Well, that is a good question. Slides will be available hopefully end of today, start of tomorrow. Recording will be available in a couple of days once we've edited them and just cleaned them up a little bit. All right, well, can we all give Jessica a massive round of applause? Absolutely smashed it. Very interesting and fascinating, and a very unique perspective. I'm sure you all found it just as useful as I did.
Yeah, well done.
And thank you for having me. It's been great. And yeah, I can't wait to listen into the next talks as well. They're going to be fantastic.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Jessica. And so, yeah, you just heard it here. Wellbeing for Neurodiverse Inclusive Research Team from Jessica Dark. Do check out her work at ND Perspectives. And the fun is just getting started. Well, it's been going for a while now, but we've got more to come. We've got a 15-minute break now, so relax, chill, stretch the legs, and we'll be starting again at 3 o'clock UK time. And we are going to be doing Navigating a Career in Biological Sciences with Professor Sarah Radkin from Imperial College. This one will be really, really useful, particularly if you're looking to get a foot in the door, be able to find a role that works for you. Let's face it, finding a job is difficult. The world of academia is difficult. When they're combined together, even more difficult, but it definitely can be done. And we've got someone who lives and breathes it. So yes, see you in about 15 minutes at 3 o'clock and catch you soon.
Okay, Nate. Nat, sorry.
Oh, yep. All right. Do you want to give it a go?
Yeah, I've sent them to you, so that might be plan B. Oh, you need to let me share again.
Recording stopped.
All right. Yep. Okay, cool. You're now a co-host, so should be able to.
Yeah, it's not letting me share my the normal sort of drive. It's only letting me share iCloud. I don't know why that is.
Okay, so did you want to try and do it, or do you want me to get the recording? Because I did download it.
Yeah, try.
Oh, sorry, the presentation. I mean,
the one that I've just sent.
Yeah.
Yeah, just see how it shows on yours then.
All right, let's quickly grab it. And here we are.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, we can do it from there. You can just give me kind of.
You're going to be. It will keep you awake because I'm going to have to keep going. Next slide. Next slide.
Yeah, just give me a little nod or a wink, or I'll look out for some signals.
No, I'll just go next slide because anyway, that's fine. That's great. I think that's rather than spend time trying to faff.
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. I'll see you in a minute. Go and get a cup of tea.
Recording in progress.
Cool. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. All right, nice. Back we are. So we're almost getting there. And now it is time for Professor Sarah Radkin, who is going to do a phenomenal job, I am sure. I am just going to quickly go on my screen and give a nice introduction, and then I will hand over.
Cool, thanks.
And just so you know, coming up next, we've also got Dr. Deborah Leveroy from Neurobox, and then we'll be finishing up. So, yeah, now we have Navigating a Career in the Biological Sciences from Professor Sarah. Now, Sarah, is it like you've been doing this for 15 years now, was it, in academia?
15? 30?
30?
Yes.
Wow. And if I remember correctly, you've been to several universities, right? Did you study in America for a while?
Yeah, I was at University of California in San Diego. So I was working there.
So you did your
postdocs,
PhD, right? From King's.
PhD at King's, did my degree and PhD at King's in pharmacology, then spent 3.5 years in California. So doing my first postdoc, then came back, did a second postdoc, did them all in different subjects, or all biosciences, but different topics. And then started at Imperial. And then I've been at Imperial ever since.
Brilliant. And is it your current research area? Is it bone marrow?
It's, well, actually, I've stopped doing my research in a radical move.
Ooh.
Yes, anyway, let's not go into that because...
All right, for another day.
Yes.
Let me just get your presentation up real quick.
Right, so I just say welcome to everybody that's joined us this afternoon. I've been listening to some of the other talks, so I've been seeing that we've got a decent number of PhD and postdocs, and this talk is really I was asked to really sort of focus it on you guys and thinking about how you get through your career as a neurodivergent person like myself. So if we go to the first slide, sorry, I was having problems sharing my PowerPoint, so Nat is kindly moving slides on for me. Right. Oh yes, so I did try and structure the talk a bit. Try and get organized. So that's my thing. I'm not a naturally organized person, so I have to, but I know other people like being organized and they like to have more structure. So this is one of the things that I have to do to accommodate people that are different to me. So the talk, I'm going to talk briefly generally about neurodiversity in STEM. PhDs and postdocs, that part of the career, then the career part, which is lecturer to professor. And I really hope to have time at the end to talk about other research careers, because that's the area that I think is getting really interesting and exciting at this moment in time. And I think you should be considering. Okay, so next slide. So yeah, somebody mentioned earlier about exams, and yes, I think for most of us that are neurodivergent, or a lot of us that are neurodivergent, exams can be problematic. I don't believe in exams, particularly once we get to higher levels in universities. I don't think they are really assessing what is important. So moving on to, we can discuss that later. Moving on to the next one. Now, we've had lots of talk about challenges and strengths. And this is, and I think the other thing that comes across from all the talks today is that we really, as a neurodivergent, say, community, we are moving away from these labels that we've been given, say dyspraxia, dyslexia, ADHD, and autism. And I think part of the problem with them is that when I get into my diagnosis, I have to say to people, well, I'm very dyspraxic, I'm borderline dyslexic, and I've got lots of ADHD traits. And that is not very useful for me or for them. And actually what we want to do is be describing actually our, our personal traits, because we're all absolutely different. Having said that, there is one area of this Venn diagram where we all maybe have some challenges, and that is in what is generally called executive functions. So this is things like difficulties with organization or memory or time management, etc. And I think those are the things that you can not really appreciate how challenging they are to you until you get much older, maybe, or different parts of your career. So I will come back to that point. And I think a few people have mentioned, and it's not something I'm going to into, but obviously there are clear differences between genders in terms of how these different conditions are manifest. So I think this is, as people have been saying, this is the very sort of medical model. This is neurodiversity, or being neurodivergent is a disability, and these are all your challenges. And these are the students that reach out to me because they've been to the disability service, they've got a diagnosis, and they are quite distressed. And so what I would say to them, and if we go on to the next slide, is that actually, you're among some incredible scientists, because there are a lot of scientists, and many of them that I'm hoping you will recognize here, that are incredible scientists. And if we go to the next slides, and this is evident by their inventions and discoveries. And so, how can we say that being neurodivergent is a challenge or is a disability to being a scientist? So I think that clearly is not true. There are a lot of neurodivergent people that have been very successful scientists. One of the things that we need to consider is that when these scientists were working, they were working in very different environments to what academia looks like now. And actually, they were much more allowed to work in exactly their own ways, rather than now, where the way you work is sort of more prescribed, I think. Okay, so moving on. So again, we've been talking about strengths, and this has come up quite a lot of time, but the strengths we can see are all things that would make people a great scientist. Because if you're good at problem solving, if you're creative, so we think about creativity, this is always given as a strength for neurodivergent people. But in science, when we talk about creativity, we're talking about innovation. Now, innovation is a key word. It's all over government documents. This is what's going to drive the UK economy or any economy, people that are innovative. And so we are, you know, and this is our key strength, I would say. Right, moving on. So if we look at someone, and I was asked to sort of present this from a sort of personal perspective. So look at somebody like me, and you'd be looking at my cognitive abilities compared to other professors at Imperial that are all, you know, pretty amazing. And compared to them, yes, I know that I'm a very slow reader. You know, my time management, I have problems, organizational skills, I have issues. You know, there are things that are challenges to me that make it hard for me to do my job. On the balance of that, I'm incredibly creative. I mean, and this is the thing, if anybody is describing me, any of the people that have worked with me, that is the one thing that they will always say. Sarah's incredibly creative. I'm very creative, innovative. And that is the single most important thing, I think, that has allowed me to be a successful scientist or a successful academic, because being an academic actually goes beyond doing scientific research, and we'll come back to that. But all the, you know, thinking outside the box, problem solving are really important. And interestingly, with dyspraxia, something that I learned is that people that are dyspraxic tend to be very good storytellers. No idea who came up with that, but it's certainly true for me. And being a good storyteller is really important, because you tell stories all the time when you want to communicate your science with different audiences, when you want to write a grant application, when you want to write your scientific paper. It's all about storytelling. And so that is a really important skill. Next slide, please. Okay, but this is the sad news. Now, this is data that I have taken from the Royal Society report, came out in 2019. And what we're looking at here is a massive decrease in the percentage of people that disclose their neurodiversity. So it starts off originally in secondary school at 12%. Well, that's probably low, and we know there's reasons why people are not being identified. When we get to university, and I know this at Imperial, only 3% of students applying to Imperial have disclosed their neurodiversity. By the time they leave Imperial, and all universities, this is the number for across the UK, it's 5%. Now, Imperial is located next to the Royal College of Art, and actually I collaborate with people at the Royal College of Art. And in the Royal College of Art, the percentage of students with neurodiversities is 49%. So there's a huge difference. And this is a huge problem that we need to address first, that we've got reduced numbers of students coming in that are neurodivergent. And I think this comes down to that exam problem that I was referencing before. And we don't have time to go into that. But if you're here today, it's because you managed to use strategies and skills. And this is one of the things, if you are neurodivergent and you're intelligent, as you all are, if you're doing PhDs and postdocs, you've developed your own sort of ways of working. And that's what has allowed you to be successful to date. Now, right at the other end of this very sad pipeline is this ridiculous data. 0.9% of STEM, and STEM is obviously everybody in STEM knows what it is: science, technology, engineering, medicine. Only 0.9% of academics have disclosed. Huge problem, because you guys doing your PhDs, postdocs, etc., do not have role models, because I'm sure it's more than 0.9%. But a lot of these people have not been identified, not had a diagnosis, and also don't feel confident enough to be able to sort of come out as neurodivergent. And this is one of the reasons why I'm absolutely passionate about this because I think it's so important. Right, next slide, please. Yeah, so coming back to that, I mean, this was definitely true for me, but we'll move on from the sort of exam issue for now, because that's not where you are now doing your PhDs and postdocs. So moving on to the next slide, please. Then, okay, so one of the things I did realize at one point, I was the senior welfare tutor for medical students, and one of the things was I was getting medical students coming to talk to me about their issues, about the fact that they couldn't do certain assessments, and all those assessments they couldn't do happened to be these extended essays. They didn't have, they were used to doing multiple choice questions and short answer questions, but they'd never written extended essays. Suddenly they were given lots of extended essays and they were failing dramatically, and that was making them depressed. So they ended up talking to me. And so as a result of this, long story short, is that I started working with the education department and the disability service at Imperial. And I said, right, we need to change the way we teach at Imperial. We need to make it more neuro inclusive. And one of the things we did was to develop resources for academics. And we now run training at Imperial. How do you make your program, your individual session that you're doing with students, or the whole program that you're building, inclusive of students that are neurodivergent? And that's a free resource for any academic, the actual sort of online version of that. Right, next slide, please. And one of the things I would say is that as somebody that designs now programs for students, this is one of my latest outputs, and it's a new master's program in Bioscience Futures, Innovation, Communication and Entrepreneurship, and it's all sort of designed around inclusive design. I can't think what the word is because I'm dyslexic, but the inclusive design principles is the word. And yes, this just reminds me that, as you saw there, sometimes words are just gone. And that's because of my dyslexia, dyspraxia. And when I was a PhD student, the worst thing that I had to do was get up and present to people. I was absolutely scared stiff of presenting. Standing up in a room and presenting to my peers or anyone else. And the main reason for that was because quite often I can just forget really simple things. And I didn't want to look stupid. I mean, none of us want to look stupid. And remember this at a time, because quite a few people have said to me, oh, why is it you're only talking about your dyslexia, dyspraxia now? And the reason was I was a woman, and this was a long time ago. I was at Imperial. When I joined Imperial as a postdoc, well, not as a postdoc, as a research fellow, my first own grant, there were no female professors in the department. And so, I was fighting this sort of that discrimination. So yeah, I wasn't about to put my hand up and say, oh, I'm female and I'm neurodivergent. Okay, so moving on, please, Nat. Yes, and one of the other things, I am a doer. When I see a problem, I address it. I like to find solutions and I like to get on and do things. I don't wait for other people. So one of the other things that I do is I run workshops that are specifically for young people, usually in the range of 14 to 17, and we run workshops at Imperial for them that are neurodivergent, to help them increase their self-confidence and believe that they can do it. Because I think when you're at school, maybe when you're doing your undergraduate, because of the way you're being assessed and taught, quite often you are you are, you feel like, I can't do this. I can never be a scientist because I can't do these exams as well as other people. But actually, being a scientist is not about doing exams. It's about coming up with great ideas and doing amazing experiments and etc. etc. So moving on, I'm seeing questions. I'll have to get back to you. The other thing, the other thing that I have set up is this little website called Cacti, and the reason I called it Cacti was because I think we are cacti. We're a different type of plant, a very specific type of plant. If you think of the plant world, cacti is a very specific. There's a huge variety of cacti. We're not all the same, but we're all cacti, and we need a very specific environment to thrive. And actually, if you water us and do things you do to other plants, we're gonna die. It's not going to be a good thing. So we need our own environment, but we have our own place in the world of plants. So that's why it's called Cacti. Have a look at the website. If you go on to the next slide, it's supported by Royal Society of Chemistry, Biology, and the BPS. And what I'm trying to do is profile people. So at the beginning, I showed you all those incredible, amazing scientists like Steve Jobs and etc. And these are people that, we're not going, 99.9% of us are not going to be Steve Jobs, but we can be good scientists and we can make significant contributions. So what I want on this website is to present examples of scientists that are neurodivergent, that have had very different job careers. So that's a useful resource for you guys. Next slide. Okay, so I've got a whole load of these slides, and I'm thinking, right, this is what an academic life is. So we're talking about being an academic. You've got research, you've got teaching, and there's other stuff you have to do. So if we look at what you're doing as a PhD student, which is on the next slide, mainly it's research, and you have the opportunity to, quite a lot of the time, it depends whether your research requires working in a group of people, but quite often you get to design and sort of organize your own time and design when you want to do your experiments, etc. But then there is this thing about writing papers and writing the PhD. That for me, another massive challenge. And I would say yes. And it's actually, that has carried right throughout my career. I find writing, putting my thoughts in a linear text, that is not how my mind works. My mind works, I'm thinking like a network, and I have lots of ideas and they're all interrelated. I find it really hard to put things in a sort of linear text way. So that is very challenging. But while you're doing your PhDs and while you're doing your postdocs, you have limited sort of teaching duties. You have a small amount of admin, and you might be doing other things, sort of volunteering, going into schools, involvement. Obviously, you've got your life and what you do outside of doing your PhD as well. So this is the sort of time when you really have to focus on your research, and it's a great opportunity. But yeah, you might have the challenges of time management, being organised, and writing. So next slide, please. Yeah, so I just wanted to ask you, I was just going to have a quick check of the chat here. Oh, display, yes, I've seen something. Anybody, anything specific about the PhD or being a postdoc that they find challenging? I will come back to some of those other things about disclosing, etc. later. Okay, so I'm going to go on from here. Yes, challenges, academic writing and the PhD writing. Right, organisation. So one of the things that I did very early on was to go on time management course. I did that during my PhD. That helped me. Any of those, I did a lot of sort of management and time management. Any courses, any training, I was the person I would keep, you know, to go on all the training that I could. Because I knew that I needed it, basically. As you move away from your postdoc, so I think when you're doing your PhD, when you're doing your postdoc, somebody just mentioned you might have several projects and you might be juggling, you know, supervising a master's student doing a project plus doing your own work. But those, you know, that is a relatively low level organization. So you are going to have to, learn to organize yourself, and it's not natural. So if I think about my career, it was not easy, you know, just because I'm professor. It was really hard for me on many levels to get to that point. I had to put in a huge amount of work, and I think Tumi, who talked right at the beginning of this day, mentioned about how much work that you need to put in, and so yes, the hours that you have to work to be as good as your colleagues, and those hours, those extra hours, might be in you just, you know, spending an evening trying to organize stuff, you know, writing lists. I write masses of to-do lists. You might have to, you know, you do have to put in extra effort, and that comes at a cost. And so, and I think, you know, whatever job you do, you're always going to have that. So you're always going to have these challenges. So it's not that, okay, well, I won't do an academic job. It will always be challenges. And I just think it's really, I just want to be honest about that it's not easy for me. Things have got easier. So the whole thing of giving presentations, I've just had to practice. And one of the things that I did was a lot of outreach going into schools, because that is a lot easier to talk to school children. And that sort of increased my confidence. But yeah, it used to be terrified with giving talks. So research. So now you get to lecturer stage and things start to get more complicated. Quite often when you become a new lecturer, the first thing that gets dumped on you is a whole load of teaching. And so you suddenly have to upskill yourself, because you might be an expert in, like I was, you know, neutrophils, lipoproteins, etc. And suddenly somebody's asking you to, you know, give a tutorial on drugs for hypertension. So suddenly you've got to obviously go and upskill yourself, remind yourself of stuff that you did in your degree or things. So there's a lot of extra work. You're marking exams, you know, what you're being required to do changes a lot. And at the same time, you know, you're stressed because you're trying to keep up your research. You're trying to still write papers. You've got to write grants. You've got to supervise PhD students, etc. And again, these are all new things that you're having to learn. So there's a lot of upskilling always. What universities are very good now is offering a lot of training. So there's a lot of training for how to teach. So you can you can develop good pedagogy. There's a lot of training in terms of how to supervise PhD students, how to manage a group, etc., etc. So this is really, really good about universities. But your life will get more complicated. Right, moving on, and I just go through these and look at this now. And this is where in the middle of your career, things just all go a bit crazy. And, the research is taking off, hopefully. So you've got more people to manage. You've got more papers to write. You're editing papers. You're writing. Then, as soon as you start to be successful, is you get invited to give lots of talks. And most of those talks are international. And so now you're flying around all over the place and traveling, and you've got to sort of fit in all that in with doing everything else. And you've got to do that because that's how people really get to know who you are. And those are the people that are reading your papers. Those are the people that are looking at your grants. So it's a really important part of your job is doing all this traveling. But it's really challenging managing all of these different things. You then get started to be you suddenly find that you're on 10 different committees. And they've all got sort of meetings at specific times. And then once you go to a committee, they give you stuff that you have to do. You have to do a lot of reading before the committee so you can contribute to the conversations. It is, and I would say that it is quite overwhelming in some respects, but I guess it doesn't suddenly happen. It's just a gradual thing, and you just gradually sort of grow into doing different things. And some of them I found actually being a welfare tutor was something that I did for the shortest amount of time. And then I had to say, I'm not prepared to do this anymore because I find it really disruptive. And this is it's really important for students to be able to have somebody to go and talk to. But if a student is having, a major trauma or something awful has happened to them, I have to drop everything and just be with that student and talk to them. It's one of the things that I think is not good about university systems, that they make academics do that role of welfare tutor on top of everything else. And I just said, I couldn't do both jobs. So I think that's one of the things that you have to know when you can say no, or when you can when you can say no. And I think as long as you're doing enough other things, then it's fine. On the plus side, what I love about my job as an academic is this variety. I love the fact that I've got, as much as it's hard to be organized, and I'm sort of presenting it in this sort of way of like, oh my gosh, there's so many things to do, I get very bored easily. And I would have moved away from an academic career if it couldn't offer me this variety, if it wasn't constantly changing. I love the fact I'm hugely collaborative. So when I've done my research, I started off working in a very specific area, but then I worked with lots of different people in different departments. So I worked with people in physics, I worked with people in engineering and material sciences, and did a lot of fun projects. I am also hugely passionate about communicating science. I've done a lot of societal engagement projects. I've worked with artists. I've done a huge amount of diversity work, bringing women into science, Black and ethnic minorities, and now with neurodiversity. So I love the fact that my career is incredibly diverse, and I can incorporate that all into one job, as it were. Right, moving on, Nat. I want to leave a bit of time. I'm going to go very swiftly now. So as a professor, I've sort of changed what I'm doing. As I've mentioned right at the beginning, I've just sort of reduced my research massively. I'm doing a lot more work with diversity. I'm designing this new master's and setting it up. And then I'm doing more admin and running a lot of other things at college level. So I like the fact that my career, my job has changed. Now, you could talk to as many different professors as you wanted, and they could present this picture, and they all have, you know, some of them, especially at Imperial, are still very research intensive. And I think you can make that choice. And I think that is the great thing about an academic career. Okay, moving on. One of the problems is all this admin, paperwork, form filling. I hate it. I have no admin support at Imperial, even as a professor. So yes, this is a major bugbear for me. Moving on. And this, obviously, if you can't do these things, you're not going to be successful. And so yeah, I don't know, you know, there's no easy solution. But you guys, you know, you're much more tech savvy. There is a lot of assistive technology. AI is coming, is here, and we can use it. And so, you know, there are answers to some of these questions now. Moving on to the next slide. Yeah, if you can minimize that in any way, you're going to be more successful. So the things that I found challenging were the publishing. I was very strategic into what I published in the end. I always published the things that I thought were most important, and made sure to get those really sort of high impact paper, which gave me which is what people know. But I'm very sad that a lot of my things never got published. Sometimes I have very unconventional ideas. I'm very left field. That makes it hard to get grants, because generally people are quite conservative in terms of what they give funding for. So I think that is one thing that I have found difficult. Moving on, as I said, I find the writing is an issue, and I am challenging this. So one of the things is I want to advocate for different ways of doing things for the people like yourselves that are coming up with their careers. And so this is why I've written this article, which is basically saying, you know, we need to move on from writing papers in a traditional way. There are other ways we can present our results, you know, in a digital format that doesn't need to be in this sort of very strict publication way. And I'm really advocating that people use, you know, can present like a PowerPoint with all their data and then add the real data in, or use any different format, or use a variety of formats. And going back to the exam question, you know, in my master's course, there are no exams. I assess people with multiple different assessments, and they all have different styles. So hopefully everybody can show their best ability, and also giving people the opportunity to present things in different ways if they want to. Right, moving on now, because I'm running out of time. Here we go. This is how we like to present our data. Next one, and somebody mentioned, I think, but these sort of graphical abstracts, this is much more me. This is how I want to present stuff. And so why shouldn't I be allowed to do that? Next one. So strategies and support. And I put support there, and we've heard a lot about support, people reaching out to support. I was very lucky, fantastically supportive husband, which has sort of allowed me to sort of build my scientific career as well. I'm very strategic in grants. As I say, I hate writing, and with my grants and my papers, when I do something, I do it to the best level that I can to ensure success. And so I put all my energies, rather than trying lots and lots of things, I try and put all my energies into, the one thing that I think is really important at that time. And that has been very successful. So quite often you get criticized like, oh, you're not doing enough. Well, actually, at the end of your career, it's not about the amount of papers you've published. It's actually what's been the impact of anything that you've done. And so think about that. It's the quality of what you're doing. It's not the amount of stuff. And I think I've mentioned a lot of these things, but what differentiates me are all those sort of strengths. The fact that I really enjoy working collaboratively. A lot of people are very competitive. I'm not competitive in that way. I love to work collaboratively. Somebody mentioned about sort of difficulties in finding their sense of belonging. And I think I've done that through finding people within the university that share my values. And whether that's my values for doing diversity work or outreach, or for my the things that I want to research on. And in that way, I've managed to create groups and had sort of leadership roles. So the other thing that I've done very strategically, and this is important, is that I have avoided all major management roles, because management is not my thing, and it's a lot of admin. And so I don't need to be head of department or anything like that. I can do my own projects and I can lead on them and be very successful. I don't need the management thing. So just finally, we've got on to this, very whizzing through this now, Nat. I've mentioned about this. If you could press the next one, because it shows the positives. Just flipped on, but sorry. We mentioned fourth revolution, artificial intelligence. I'm working with a lot of businesses now, and this is one of the reasons that I'm working less with research. But if we go on to the next slide, one of the things that I have found talking to businesses, and this is not happening in universities, but it is happening in STEM businesses. Nat, sorry, can I have the next slide, please? Thanks. And these are all the businesses that I interact with. And all of these businesses are very keen to work on neurodiversity and become neuro inclusive. These businesses, when I talk to AstraZeneca, for example, they completely recognize that, the fourth artificial intelligence will take the place of straight line thinkers. That's a very simplistic statement, but it will. And so businesses are very keen to recruit what they call complex non-linear thinkers. That's neurodivergent people. We are complex, non-linear thinkers. So don't tell them you're dyslexic. Say, I'm a complex, non-linear thinker. I'm highly innovative. And this is what I'm going to bring to your business, because that's what they want. And we are really promoting cognitive diversity in teams. So we've already heard about women in the boardroom, about having cultural diversity in the boardroom. I'm really advocating for cognitive diversity in the boardroom, such that you have those people that are visionary, that are strategic, that are highly innovative. Now, a lot of these businesses are really taking that on board. AstraZeneca, for example, I set their employers network up. They now have 3,000 people. So these people, these STEM people exist. Next slide. This is really important, because working with the Bioindustry Association and looking at their data and talking to the people that did this study, if you look at this, and I'll just summarize it here because it's difficult to look at. But anyway, basically, if you look in the C-suite, so by C-suite, we mean CEOs, chief financial officers, the people that set up biotech companies, 13% of them are neurodivergent. Now, that is really important. Remember what I told you about academics, only 0.9%. This is 13% that are disclosing that they are neurodivergent, and they are the CEOs. So my advice to you is think about what sort of place is going to be more neuro inclusive, where you're going to have that sort of better career experience, because it might be that moving into biotech or pharma, etc., where they are are much more open about being neuro inclusive, might be a good way to go. I think I'm going to finish it there. Moving on. Yeah, moving on. And yes, so this is just my take homes. You need to understand what your strengths are, and you need to let other people know what they are. You need to learn how to work best. Use the softwares and everything. Collaborate. Find the people that can, do the admin if that's not your strength. There are people that love doing it. And yeah, be kind on yourself, because we're not all 100% every day or even every year. We go up and down. We have good times and bad, but it all evens out, and don't stress too much about it. When things are going well, go with the flow. Yeah, final quote from Steve Jobs that really sort of speaks to me. Sorry, I've run over time for questions, but maybe what I will do in the next session is I will be replying to some of the chat questions.
All right, cool. I think we've got a little bit of time. 5 minutes. Does anyone have any questions? That was really amazing. Thanks, Sarah. Genuinely appreciate it, and really, really useful, and definitely give a behind the curtains view on the life of a professor and how your job pockets change over time. So yeah, anyone feel free to unmute yourself if you have a question, or put a little digital hand up.
Yeah, a few people saying that they enjoy the different ways of presenting data, the graphical abstracts, visualization of things. I've never had any sort of official what do you call them? I've forgotten the name. Sort of support or anything for my neurodivergence. I wasn't actually diagnosed until my late 40s, and so yeah, it made a lot of sense of the things that I was struggling with, and why it was taking me much longer to do some of the things that other people find easy. I find generally the things that other people find hard are the things that I find easy, and vice versa.
Well, we got a question from Alexandra. Did you want to unmute yourself?
Yes. Hello. Hi. I cannot see if I am there or not. Can
Yes,
you hear
you're
me?
there. You're there.
Very good. I am just not a techie girl. All of these AI and all of these IT things, I am just not made for. And I want to say I am a biologist. I studied in Argentina, 6 years studying our degree. No computers, books, ourselves, talking to each other, helping each other. That was the best. The era of the computers has killed me, because now all the employers want to do is stuff you with software. And that's the same happening in academia. You need to, I'm sorry, I'm looking at another place. My laptop is there and I have the screen.
Don't worry. Yeah.
Sorry. So yes, that is a problem. Everybody is very simplistic now, thinking all the solutions are magical due to software. No, sorry. A lot of them cannot deal with it. So that is not the solution. You very well said to find the support that each individual needs and tailor it. In academia, the same.
Yeah, and I think, I just to answer that a little bit, Alessandra, I do a lot of my work on paper. I don't naturally sit on a computer, because that's not like you. I grew up without computers and everything, and I like drawing things out and color coding them, and it helps me process information in that way. So that is one of the things that wastes a lot of my time, because I then have to put all that information onto a computer to share it with somebody else. So that's yeah, but it's just, that's the way. It is hard. Somebody said, do you have psychology graduates in your master's course? Love to have a psychology graduate on my master's course. If you can cope with the bioscience part of it. How do I learn to write in a more structured way? Oh, a good tip for writing, and I got this from Sally Davis, who used to be the chief medical officer for the UK, and she's very dyslexic. And she told me that somebody, helped her with her writing skills. And if you've got something to write, say you're writing a scientific paper, it's really useful just to open up a PowerPoint and start putting the information in a PowerPoint as if you were going to present it. When you do that, it's very easy, because a lot of those, it might be your figures you'll have, and you can then start shuffling them around and just thinking, okay, if I was talking through this, how would I present it? And that very often helps you with the structure. That's something that I struggle with as somebody that's dyspraxic. And as I said, I'm not a linear person. So actually putting things into PowerPoint and shuffling slides around and thinking, what's the flow, helps me.
Sarah, one I see here is, how do you develop the skills to sell your strengths to potential employers?
Wow. I've never had to do that, to be honest, because I've stayed in the same place. I've done lots of different, and it's quite interesting. Yeah, I've done lots of different things within my sort of career and job, but I've not actually had to sell myself. But I think it is good. I think it's good to be able, when I say, how do you learn to do it? I think you can exemplify, if somebody is saying to you, what are your strengths? You need to be able to say, well, I'm really innovative, and I can demonstrate, these are things that I've done where I've innovated. So it's, you need to be able, it's no good just saying, oh, I'm really creative. You need to then sort of give some ideas or examples of how you've been creative. I always describe myself as an entrepreneur, and that's somebody, an entrepreneur is somebody that obviously goes and sets up their own business. I always work as an entrepreneur, working on my own things. I am always being told that things will not work. You can't do things this way. You can't do that. And I just do them. So I think you do have to have that self-belief or confidence. I'm not too precious. I don't really, and all through my career, it's not like, I'm not scared of failing.
No, Sarah, I'd like to go a bit deeper into that, because I think it's really interesting about you being an entrepreneur, which could be seen as being potentially difficult to work with, particularly some things are getting turned down.
I am.
Yeah, I bet you are. I mean, so am I. A lot of us are. So how do you deal with that when there's like friction?
I mean, honestly, people try to micromanage me because they want me to do things in a specific way. They try and, they present Gantt charts and try and get me to work on specific things at specific times. And that, it just doesn't work for me. My ADHD trait means that if I'm massively interested in something, I can spend however many hours, and I literally did this the other day. I got totally interested in longevity and all the drugs and treatments for longevity. And the whole entrepreneurship. You know, this is a huge area of entrepreneurship making, and it's being funded by the tech billionaires. So I will go into this deep, but lots comes out of it. Gave me loads of ideas for things to do on my course. So I sort of just follow my gut instinct. I just always, I know, I guess because it's always been the way I've done things. When I was at the bench doing experiments, I'd be told what to do. I would do that, tick, and then I would do another thing on the side, which was just some random thing. And I'd go in and present it to my supervisor, and they say, you know, why the hell have you done that? And I'd be like, well, it was just interesting. And I thought this, and look at the result. It is really interesting. And that's what made my scientific career. It was those extra things. It was not doing what I was told. And I think I've taken that through. I've always just followed my passion. So I've always done a lot of diversity work. It was never something that was counted towards your career, never valued. It was always, again, and doing that on top of everything else that you're supposed to be doing. You know, it is exhausting, but I always just do the things that I think are really important or really interesting, or can't help myself. Sorry.
No, I like that. Rebel with a cause. Another question that I saw that came up a few times, which looks quite interesting, is how does one protect themselves from the supervisors, most of them, who do not respect and encourage a work-life balance, which means that saying or going into research where academics puts those pressures on neurotypical and neurodivergent people alike? Is it a disadvantage for neurodivergent people in particular?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the work-life balance is really hard. I massively struggle with it. I probably, you know, and definitely during, especially in my early career and when I had my kids and everything, I was just like, you know, trying to fit it all in. I didn't have a social life at that point. You know, it was just kids or work, and it is challenging. But I think everybody has, as I say, everybody has different career, and it also, what I found is there are some people, you know, they really want to sort of make their way to the top as quick as possible. It's a race, you know. Now, what I'm looking at with young people now, young people are going to live to their 100. You don't have to rush in the way we were sort of made to. My generation, it was like there was a race was on, you know, to do everything, and it was incredibly exhausting, I think. But I think the generations that are coming up now, people, you know, they have got a much better sense of, no, I want to enjoy my life. I want to do these things. And I think it's really good. I always encourage people that work with me, you know, to take their holidays, to, you know, get away. Because, and especially for us neurodivergent people, there's so much going on all the time in our minds that going away allows you, you know, to process stuff. And whether that's, you know, so as much as you're not at work, your brain is still working. My brain works overnight, you know, and you wake up and think, oh, I've got an idea. So you've got to have that downtime. It's really important for creativity, having those times. So, you know, I like sewing. I will make stuff. I'm not great, but I will make my own dresses and stuff like that. So, but while I'm doing that, it just, you can still think about, you know, you still are processing all this stuff, I think.
That's really interesting. You just got off a holiday yourself, right?
Me? No.
No, you should have one. Treat yourself.
Oh, I'm gearing up for my new master's course. So excited.
That sounds exciting. Well, I think we've got time just for one more question before we have to let you go. But this one's from Tonya. And they said, how do you convey to a supervisor that a creative thread for work is a necessity?
A creative
thread. So I guess it means like when you want to go off on a creative direction. Or Tonya, why don't you tell us?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, yeah. And I guess this is where I'm a bit of a rebel, because I just used to do those things. I didn't really ask permission, but I think it is getting difficult now because, especially in the biological sciences, a lot of our experiments that we do, the resources that we use are really expensive. So you don't have such ability to just go off and try other things. Because your supervisor is the one that has brought in the grant and the funding. And so they're sort of looking at what you're spending the money on, sort of thing. So you do have to justify it. Yeah, but it's so important. Sometimes, you have to do that because that's why you're a scientist. You're curiosity driven. You want to just try something, or and I'm always desperate for people. It's quite interesting. I have some scientists that are people working for me. Sometimes they're brilliant, they're really great technically and everything, but they don't have ideas, and that really surprises me. They don't have really original ideas, and I just think that's so important.
Wow. Well, definitely food for thought here. The key takeaway I got is be a bit cheeky and you're going to go be fine. But I
if
like
it works out.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah. And if everyone could give Sarah a massive round of applause, honestly, fantastic and really insightful. So thank you so much for your time today. And I know you said you might be able to stick around and answer some of the questions.
Yes, I'll have a quick
You
look
had a
through
lot of questions. I think we only touched like tip of the iceberg on all the questions.
Yeah, okay, I will have a look at the questions and start answering some now while I'm in the flow. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for sticking around. Sorry it was rather rushed, but, there we go.
It was perfect. Well, thanks so much. All right, everyone. Now we've done that, we're on to our very, very last talk of the day. So thank you so much for sticking around. The retention rate today has been phenomenal. I think it shows what an interesting subject area this is. We've now got a 15-minute break to, rest and refresh. And then we're going on to Dr. Deborah Leveroy from Neurobox, who's going to be looking at assistive technology and access to work. So this is going to be a really good session. So great. We talked about the advantages of thinking different, some of the challenges, how we navigate the academic system, how we get into the world of work. But now, what support and tools, equipment and strategies are actually available to us? So join us again at 16:15, and we'll go from there for the last one. Thanks, everyone. See you in a few moments.
Hi, Nat. How are you? It's Deborah here.
Oh, hi, Deborah. Oh, great to see you.
Yeah, so, good to see you all.
It's going well so far.
Yeah, I've been in and out in between meetings. It's fascinating. I can't wait to watch it all from beginning to end.
Oh, same. I'm obviously listening, but because I'm doing a million things at once, I can't take it fully in, so I can't wait to rewatch it and
I imagine for you it's a lot, isn't it? Because also you're doing the processing and the facilitating. Yeah, it's brilliant. Could I just check that everything's working?
Yes, absolutely.
Recording stopped.
Okay, so let me. Okay, now you should be able to share your screen to see if it works.
Okay, I've got 3 screens, so let's see. Hopefully,
Okay, it says you have started sharing your screen, but I cannot. Oh, yes. Okay, we are good.
Are we okay?
Yeah.
You can see mine. Okay, that's good. Is it bright enough?
Yeah, I mean, it looks clear from my side.
Okay, I always forget to take my screen mask off, but I have remembered this time. So.
I don't know if the screen mask would translate through. Actually, no, forget about it. It would. But yeah, it looks fine.
Okay, thank you.